I'd like to welcome everybody for coming. I'm about to bring out our illustrious president of the Prevention Zone, and she's going to kick off everything. So give us about 1 minute. Mike Brown, he's going to open up with a prayer. Okay. Yes, good first and a card. And then people can come in. Okay, I'll brush it up and people are allowed to come in throughout. All you do is push it up. Right there.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. I want to welcome you all to this event. I want to open up in prayer. Father God, we thank you for this day. We thank you for everything that's going on in our lives. Right now, I want to thank Ms. Daphne for this event that she put together to bring us all out for a great cause. Everyone is here for many reasons, and I want us to take this opportunity and seize this moment to capitalize off what the things that we're doing in our life and learn from each other, oh God. God, thank you for allowing me to be here on today because I almost did not make it because of what was going on in my life last night. But thank you for allowing us elders to be vessels for the youth and for those who are here. Listen to what everyone has to say and learn from each other. We thank you for protection. We thank you for guiding us, for steering us, allowing us to reach the age that we are in life, to sow back into those who are coming up after us, oh God. Right now, we want to say a special prayer for this nation. Right now, it's election time to divide the country and to get people in different positions to make the necessary changes that need to be made in this world for the greater cause. I ask for traveling grace when we leave this place. All prayers come from you. We send them up to you. We thank you, Father. Amen.
Now. To everyone. Y'all, good morning. Good morning. Okay. I am super excited this day has finally come. We've been working on it for a while. Oh, yeah. My name is Daphne Jack. I'm the founder and CEO of Prevention Zone, Inc. And I appreciate everyone for coming out. And I'm super excited to have our high school here. Not discounting my other guests, but we have high school students here. So let's give them a round of applause. And can I get one of you all to tell me what school you're from? Come on, stand up and tell me. Don't be scared. Which high school? Westfield. Do I have a... Okay. Any other school? Oh, that's super cool. Yeah, this event is for you all. And so, but you're going to get educated as well with everything else that we're going to be doing here today. So I'm super excited, and I would like to welcome you all again. And I just appreciate you all. Is that all I can say, Lynn? Okay. All right. So we're ready to get started. So introduce your... So our first panel... Da, da, Okay, our first panel is bail reform, and we have some amazing people here, and let me get my little thing out so I can tell you who everyone is. We got it right there. I don't think everybody's name on there. Okay, you all should have your programs. You're supposed to scan it here at the front.
The QR code on the big poster that says welcome.
Yeah, did y'all get it? It was right there in the front there. Yeah. Jermaine, this is fine. You can sit here. Go ahead. Yeah.
Can you guys turn the mics on now? Thank you.
Okay. So I'm introducing our first panel, and we're going to do something like super cute. So each moderator introduce the next panel, and that's how we're going to do that. So, so when you all finish, Dr. Jermaine, you'll introduce the next panel. Okay. I can't stand this doing that. Okay. All right. So our panel today is bail reform, and we know bail reform is very, very important here in Harris County. And so we do have flyers that's provided for you. If you could, everyone should have a copy already talking about bail reform. If not, make sure you get one before you leave. So our moderator for bail reform is Dr. Jermaine Johnson, and I'm not going to read all of the bios, but so I'm just going to tell what I know about everybody. Okay. Dr. Jermaine Johnson, he is a professor at Lone Star College, and he's going to be moderating, asking some hard questions with some easy answers. And then, of course, my dear sister friend, Judge Ramona Franklin, and she's a judge here in the city, and as you can see on your program, in 338 courtroom, district courtroom. And then next we have, my next page, is Assistant District Attorney Catherine Thomas. I'm so glad to meet you finally. She's here, she's new on our panel this year. And she's running for office, if I could share. And she's here. And, oh, she already got it. Y'all look at it, get her. Don't forget when you go vote. And so, but she's here gracing us with her presence on today. And then one of our dear brothers couldn't make it because he's out on the campaign trail, Assistant District Attorney for Fort Bend. And so he's working his way here to get here in Harris County. So he's not here, but I won't be calling out it. But anyway, that's my friend and brother. And then I am super excited, Mr. Mario Gaza. Yes, he is on the board for bail reform, or of the bail bond board. He's one of the members there. And so he's gonna have the tea for us. And so he can share. But anyway, with all that being said, let's get started with our first panel. Y'all give him a hand.
Who's the moderator? I'll share mine.
All right, good morning, everyone. Good morning. Certainly, we are grateful to Daphne and everyone with Prevention Zone staff for consistently bringing about an awareness in our community to issues that we have in criminal justice. We have a distinguished panel of experts that will contribute to a discussion that will be centered around a very, very important and sensationalized topic, particularly now as we are in voting season. And that topic is bail reform. Now, historically, there has been 3 areas of controversy over bail, which is centered on the following. Number 1, what is excessive bail? Number 2, when can bail be denied? And number 3, does the bail system discriminate against the poor? So without further ado, I'm not going to be before you. We have these expert panelists here that will give us all the information. And so we're going to just go ahead and start with some questions. I think we should start with a definition of what bail and bond is. And so I'm going to ask Mr. Garza, can you give us a definition of bail and bond?
In short, bail is the security which is placed to ensure that the defendant returns to court. In short, a certain amount, for an example, just to give you a quick one, a bail is set at $10,000. The bondsman himself is putting up security, his name or license, in the amount of $10,000, which in the event the community or the person pays 10%, which is $1,000. If that defendant does not appear in court, the bondsman is responsible for 100% of that bond. Just to give you some drop to that. What people do is when the defendant's in jail, parents usually come in and co-sign for the bond to be responsible for the $10,000 to say, hey, I'm mom, I'm dad, I'm going to ensure that my son or daughter returns to court. As long as that happens, the 10% is paid, the defendant resolves his case, and that's where bail is the security. Otherwise, the bondsman is at a loss, and then we have to go out and find them and have them apprehended within a certain amount of time. So that's basically what it is. We're guaranteeing that we're responsible for this defendant who we've never met to return to court.
All right, thank you, thank you. So, there has been a lot of controversy around bail lately, and there are a lot of questions that we know that the community wants to ask. What I'm going to do is I'm going to start off with Judge Franklin and ask her, there's been a class action lawsuit that was filed in 2016 that claimed that bail practices for misdemeanor arrestees in Harris County were unconstitutional. I think we should start right there. If you can you talk about that federal injunction and how it affects the way you approach setting bail?
Well, let me say this. I can't speak on the federal case, number one, that's in misdemeanor court. I'm in federal court. I'm in felony court. I'm upgrading myself, thank you, Lord. I'm in felony court. But I can only speak to felony court. And we also had a lawsuit that was filed against us, so I cannot speak about that as well. But I will tell you, one of the things that we did differently, but again, I can't talk about the outcome of that because that is still pending. But we follow the law in terms of, as a judge, we have what is called sovereign immunity. And so as long as you're following the law and you're applying it fairly, that's what we're doing in felony court. So like I said, I can't really speak to misdemeanor. I'm not in misdemeanor court. I don't know specifically everything about that, but I will tell you what I do in my court, and that is follow 1715. And I know we'll talk a little bit more about that as we go on. But 1715, those are the factors that I have to consider any time that I assess a bond for someone. Also, if I disagree with the bond that has been previously set by a magistrate, then I also have what is called 1709 Section 3, which states, and a lot of people don't really like to hear that, especially in some courts, If you disagree with a bond that was set by maybe a magistrate or another court or another judge can hear 1715 factors and decide that the bond is insufficient and raise the bond. So there are many different tools that we have, but I will tell you that I don't subscribe to anything else but other than following 1715 and making sure that it's fair across the board.
I can talk about the misdemeanor case that you're referring to.
Perfect. But can we do this? Because 1715, exactly what is that for the audience? What is 1715?
So 1715, basically what it states is when someone is charged and it comes before a court, generally what happens is a judge or the magistrate will then listen to 1715 factors. Some of the 1715 factors are what are the nature and the circumstances of the alleged crime? What is the criminal history of the person? What is the safety of the community? What is the work history? Have they had any violations? Have they previously been on bond? What is their criminal history? Are they a flight risk? Exactly. Are they a United States citizen? There are so many different factors, and there's case law that states that if an argument is made in terms of how much they can afford, those things are also things that we can consider. So what happens is that the judge will ask the state to give them the probable cause for the particular case that they've alleged to have committed. Once that's done, then again, you'll ask, what is the criminal history? What is their previous criminal history? Have they ever forfeited before? Have they not come to court before? If they have come to court, they have previous criminal history, and in that criminal history, have they ever revoked on deferred? Deferred is some type of probation. Have they ever been violated on that? Have they had any bond conditions that they violated in the past? So if that comes before the court and there are matters that are discussed that, hey, this person has extensive criminal history, but again, now this varies from judge to judge, again. And so if they have extensive criminal history, if they have a history of bond violations, if they also have a history of forfeiting and not coming to court, then that is something that the court should consider in assessing a bond, right? And it's not about someone being brown or black or poor or rich. It's about following 1715. And that's what the factors should be. It's not about, what you look like or where you come from. It's about 1715 factors. And I think if we stay away from that and stay away from someone's poor, they're brown, they're white, they're rich, and we follow the law and apply it fairly, I think we wouldn't have this issue. A lot of people wanted bail reform because of the problem of the disparity in the treatment of historically with brown and black people. However, in anything, you can have people to go too far to the right, and then with anything, you can have people to go too far to the left. And so now here you're having an issue because now it is appearing that some people who were on board for bail reform are now seeing that sometimes you can go too far to the left, right? And then sometimes you've had issues in the past where you've gone too far to the right and you've not been fair with dispersing bonds. And so that's kind of where we're having this conundrum now.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for having me this morning. Your question was about the 2016 misdemeanor lawsuit, and essentially what the case evaluated was two people who were charged with the same criminal offense. They had the same amount of criminal history and their bail was set at the same amount. Now, one person was released because they paid the bail amount and the other person wasn't. And so essentially the holding in that case was that the misdemeanor, keep in mind there is no felony bail reform right now in Harris County. There is only misdemeanor bail reform. So the holding was that there were unconstitutional misdemeanor bail practices in Harris County. And the reason they said that was because there were people who were in custody for very, very low-level offenses like theft, even driving while licensed invalid, who had very, very high bail amounts, And essentially, if the purpose of bail is to ensure someone's presence and assurance at court, then this bail amount essentially does not do that, and it's unconstitutionally high. And so that was the holding of the case. It's like one person should not be on bond because they can pay when we have two people who are charged with the same offense. It was, think about it like being criminalized because you're poor. And so that was essentially the holding of misdemeanor bail reform. So the misdemeanor courts did use their discretion in allowing people to be released on what we call personal recognizance bond, otherwise known as PR bonds. So most people who are charged in misdemeanor court, in Harris County we have 16 misdemeanor courts. So if you are charged with something like a DWI or an assault or a theft case, more likely than not you will receive a PR bond. Okay, that does not exist right now. Again, there is no felony bail reform. And I think what we're seeing now in the news and with the increase of crime is that we're kind of using terms a little bit too loosely, like bail reform and rising crime, right? Because like what we see when people who are committing crimes on the news, those are capital murders, murder cases, those are very violent crimes. And so when you see those cases, you have to evaluate the decisions that the judges are making in those particular courts in terms of, one, the amounts that they set. I think that there is kind of a lot of language about, and I hear people say all the time, well, how can someone commit a murder and get out and then go and commit another murder? Well, the reality is that a judge can set a bond amount that is extremely high, right? And say, I think that this amount is appropriate considering all of the factors that I have to look at, like Judge Franklin was saying. I have to look at the allegations. If there's an allegation that you killed somebody, that's serious. That's something that the judge has to consider, right? If there's an allegation that you sexually assaulted somebody or that you kidnapped somebody, those are things that the court should take seriously, right? So let's say somebody's bond is set at $250,000. We cannot control whether someone makes a bond. That is just the reality of it. People make bond every single day. But what we don't talk about enough are bond conditions that the courts can set out. And what those bond conditions could be something like a GPS monitor, where they have it on their ankle where you can monitor whether somebody is at home during their curfew hours. We have things that can monitor whether you are consuming alcohol or drugs, random urinalysis, no weapons, things like that. Now, let's say that person still goes and reoffends. The judge has the ability to revoke the bond on the first case. Because think about it as a contractual agreement. Let's say you are going into a contract with the court. My end of the bargain is I will keep you out on bond as long as you adhere to these conditions. And your end of the bargain is you must adhere to these conditions. Let's say you don't adhere to them. Now I have the ability to essentially terminate my end of the bargain by keeping you out on bail. And now I have the ability to revoke you and send you back into custody. And so that's how I look at it. And so judges do have the ability to revoke bond on the pending case if they go and reoffend if they're out on bond.
Thank you for that.
I can speak to Russell and O'Donnell, which is what they're talking about. O'Donnell versus Harris County is the misdemeanor case that addressed misdemeanor bail reform. Russell versus Harris County is a pending case in the federal court that is addressing exactly what O'Donnell did, only in the felony courts. It's pending. It's there. It hasn't had a lot of action going on. To give you some context into that, in 2019 we had approximately 30,000 criminal cases. Today we have approximately 150,000 criminal cases. So you've seen how it's exploded. The problem with what O'Donnell did, while it was well intended, it addressed bail reform and misdemeanors, but for some reason that particular order was used in felony cases as well. I don't know how that happened. I just know that we started seeing a pattern of people being released on PR bonds. And the mistake it made in the misdemeanor cases also is it treated repeat offenders like first offenders under a settlement that was only supposed to help first-time offenders, which we have no problem with. You make a mistake first time, even second time. But at some point, it becomes, just so you know in the context of these federal cases, there's a Fifth Circuit Court of Appeals opinion, which is really above the federal court, which said defendants don't have a right to be free from a wealth-based detention, which basically means they don't have a right to affordable bail. So that being said, there was some context there. And I just wanted to address, since I know Judge Franklin can't talk about it, but you notice what she said about how she assesses bail? It's actually kind of ironic because those are the same, that's the same criteria I use. Has the defendant forfeited before? Has he jumped bail before, forfeited on a bond? Has he done prison time? All those same criteria are the same things I use, and I look in the computer and I just get a feel for it, because obviously we don't have a crystal ball. We don't know what a defendant's gonna do, but we take that risk based on mom says, hey, look, you know, he's gonna live with me, he's gonna get a job. And mind you, to give you some idea about myself, because every industry and every part of the criminal justice system has cracks in it. I called out my own industry, okay? There was this whole 3%, bondsmen doing things for 3%. Well, I figured out what they were doing. And there's 80 of us bonding companies, but these were 6 of them that were doing it wrong. And I held them accountable, which is what I expect my defendants to do when I have them on bond. It's a tough love situation. I don't like where they're at, but I also know that in the long run, if we hold them accountable, which is the glue to the criminal justice system, then they're better in the long run if they never come back. That's what we want to reform. We don't want them to repeat in 90 days, like the report of 139% reoffense within 90 days. Within a year, it's 95%. 80% of the people that are out on those PR bonds or low bonds do not even appear for court. So remember this, if you remember anything I've said here today, we all want the same thing. We all want the defendant. Our reasons may be different, but we all want the defendant to return to court. The judge wants to resolve her case. The DA wants justice for the victim. I want my bonds to be resolved. In the end, we all want it. The defense lawyer wants his, So I just wanted to give you some idea about what Judge Franklin couldn't talk about.
Thank you so much. And we wanted to go in that direction as it relates to the class action lawsuit, because that is what brought about the injunction or the bail reform as it relates to the misdemeanor crime. So we just kind of wanted to softball that to let the community know exactly what that was about. But if you don't mind, can we move to the tough questions? Can we move to the the tough questions? So what I would like to do is just give the audience an understanding as it relates to bail. And when we look at bail, there are 2 sides to it. There is the crime control aspect of it, which I'm assuming that the ADA, which is, she's considered a law enforcement officer as well, she's more crime control, meaning we want to control crime and we want to make sure that our community is secure. Okay. But then there's also the due process part of it. And that due process part of it is, though this person has been charged, they still have rights. Okay. So we have this balance that we're trying to balance within our criminal justice system that citizens don't really understand. Okay. So, the hard questions. In early 2022, statistics show that violent crime had spiked in Houston. At one point, Houston was leading in homicides amongst all leading major cities. There is substantial political pushback toward Democratic judges. You hear terms as catch and release, and you hear terms that citizens are fearful of crime. What do you say to that, Judge Franklin?
And let me also educate you all too. One of the things with being in this position, we have what is called judicial canons, and so those are my guiding rules that dictate what I can and cannot say. So a lot of times you will see things on the news, and they'll always comment and say, well, we asked such and such judge to comment and they didn't comment. Well, in reality, they know we can't comment, right? It's like being in a fight and things are being dispersed about you, about your integrity, about your character, about you as a person, about your judgment. And you're in a fight, but your hands are tied behind your back, and you're being pummeled in the face, but you can't say anything. And that is the one thing about this position that I don't like, but I have to follow. So I'm going to be very, very careful in the way I answer that. So I just have to let you all know it's not about Ramona Franklin and her feelings. I'm in the capacity sitting here as Judge Franklin. And anytime I speak, really, I'm still in that capacity. So I'm under the judicial canon. So anything I say can be used against me, right? So with that being said, I'm going to give you the legal response to that. And again, once again, you know, I can only tell you what I do, right? And listening to 1715 factors, I'm going to go back to that. Because I think if we, again, like the moderator said, as a judge, I need to also understand that this person is just accused. They're not guilty. You know, and I tell attorneys that all the time. They're saying, well, Judge, you know, you're doing such and such, such and such. I understand, but as far as the court is concerned, I'm looking at someone who's innocent. Me assessing a bond has nothing to do with their guilt or innocence. That's not what's before the court. What's before the court is assessing the 1715 factors and making sure that it's fair and impartial for this person that's standing accused before the court. Now, I'm going to get back to, I'm just going to segue a little bit about these bond conditions because I think, again, there are things that the media may disperse that is not necessarily always true. And that is true about the bond conditions, such as, you know, placing a GPS monitoring device. But there have been cases, just like we said, we you know, as a judge, as a bonding agency, as a prosecutor, we don't have a magic ball. But we have to follow the law, and again, in certain circumstances, we have to give people a bond, according to 1715. Now, I do think what has happened over the years, especially during COVID, we talked about that. Now it's 10%, which should have been all across the board from the beginning. But during the past couple of years, it has gone down. And so if you were a judge or a magistrate and you assessed the bond thinking $50,000, and lo and behold, ultimately it was supposed to be 10%, but they accepted $500. And so you have someone who's out. And then they're in the news, and then they say, oh, they picked up a new law violation. And then they want to look at the judge or the magistrate, you know, and so you have that issue. Or, you know, I've known of situations where people had their electronic monitoring devices on. They cut the devices off at the scene and committed another crime, allegedly. Okay, so again, we can only do so much. Again, I'm not a gatekeeper. I can only, and I'm not supposed to be the gatekeeper. I'm supposed to ensure that people have their rights and their due process is fair, and that I don't look at what they look like, how much money they have, but assess 1715 factors accordingly. And that's what I do. So I hope that answered the question.
No, you did, but we'll get ADA Thomas. Yes, I'm going to further this because I think this is what the community wants to hear.
Yeah.
So we dealt with the due process part, but however, we are seeing a lot of criminals get out and they have violent histories. And we're trying to balance this in our head as citizens. Like, why is this happening? So according to 715, you have some discretion. 17, I'm sorry, what is it?
1715.
1715, the judges have discretion to make a decision about this offender who has past violent offenses. So why are they still getting out if you can make discretions to keep them in?
So that's actually a great question. The Constitution affords almost everyone a right to bail. That's just what it comes down to. In almost every single case except capital murder, judges have to give you a bond. What we're talking about is bond amounts right now, okay? Because the reality is if Judge Franklin has to follow the law, if somebody comes before her and they're charged with sexual assault, or if they're charged with murder, the judge has to set a bond amount, okay? If they are charged with capital murder, judges have the discretion to set you at no bond after a hearing is conducted. And what Judge Franklin is saying is that if I set your bail amount, looking at all of the factors that the court has to look at, and you still go and make bond, we cannot control future crimes. We cannot, the reality is that judges don't control crime, criminals do. And so we need to put the responsibility in the hand of the criminals. Because I can set your bond at $2 million and you can still make it. I could set your bond at $5 million and you can still make it. Particularly if you have a bonding company that's only requiring 1%. Thank God we don't have that anymore. But we need to put the sure, there are judges who have made bad decisions, and I will firm-footedly sit here and say that. There are judges who have made bad decisions. But also I think we need to realize is that judges have to set bond in most cases. And so knowing that, we need to be looking at the things that the court can control, right? The bail amounts. Now, if you go and reoffend when you're out on bond, the judges have a little bit more power in that case to set you at no bond for at least 60 days after having an 11B hearing, okay?
So let's be clear. So judges are not in position to say no bail if you are a repeat violent offender. Is that what you're telling me?
No. What I'm saying is that if this is your first time offending and you are charged with a murder, the judge has to set a bond. If you are charged with a capital murder, the judge has the discretion to set you at no bond. If you're charged with an evading arrest, if you're charged with any other felony case, the judge has to set a bond by law. If you are a repeat offender, already out on bond, judges have the ability to revoke the bond on the first case for which you went into court for and set you at no bond for at least 60 days.
That's what we are wanting to
That's
see.
it. Yeah.
That's what we're wanting to know as community. Why are they still getting out if you can do that?
60 days. After the 60 days is out. You can only hold them at zero bond at 60 days. So, and after the 60 days, you have to set a bond. You can't leave them at zero forever. Unless it's a capital murder case, and that's only after you've had a hearing, again, because of due process, and both sides have had the opportunity to be able to argue to the court as to why this person should be able to be held at zero bond. But that's only on capital murder. But you can only hold someone for 60 days, and that's only in the caveat if they have been on bond and picked up another bond. But if they pick up another case, you hold them at 60 days. At 60 days, 61st day, you have the hearing, you have to set a bond. And so now I set 2 bonds on the older case, right? And now the new case. So let's say I set a bond at $100,000 for, I don't know, let's just say a possession of controlled substance case, first degree. And they pick up another one, and I gave them $150,000. Well, they go out and pay $25,000. They're out. So now you're looking at why are they out? They picked up a new one, and then she's giving another bond. Well, I can't hold them at zero. So that is something that if you all decide that that's what you want to do, which is kind of similar to, I think, federal, that is something you need to go to the legislature and argue, hey, you know, if we have repeat offenders, we don't want them to be able to be given new bonds. We want them to be held at zero until they go to trial. But now here's the caveat with that. In the event you do that, then you can see to where there may be, again, a disparity that people will argue. Well, you're only holding this segment of people at zero bond, and you're not holding others. So it opens up another Pandora's box, but I think someone mentioned there is no perfect situation with this. And so you as voters need to talk to your legislatures, because again, we only can follow the law, but you need to talk to your legislatures and really hone down as to, because I used to ask people all the time, when you say you want bail reform, what do you really mean by that? And I don't really think people really understood what they were asking for, right? Because you're asking for bail reform because of the situation that you've seen. It looks like certain segment of people have been, discriminated, where others are being let out. And so people are like, well, it's just not right. But now you're asking for bail reform, and then now you're seeing, oh my God, all of these violent people are keep getting out. So you can't have it one way or the other. We have to make a determination. Either we want to give these people bonds, or you want the legislatures to change the law to where they can just be held at zero bond until they have a trial.
Okay. We have 10 minutes. We want to go to Mr. Garza.
Real quick, I've never met Judge Franklin, but from the pattern in the computers and things that I would look up, she was that rare judge that would see I knew that a magistrate was setting that bond low in the middle of the night. When Judge Franklin would see it in the morning, she'd go, hey, wait a minute, that's too low. She'd snatch the bond back. She was holding that accountable, that defendant accountable. The
Thank
DA,
you for saying it.
yeah, I
took a big hit for that.
I saw it.
I took
I'm
a
like, hold
major
on.
hit for that.
She's getting, somebody's setting the bond in the middle of the night. Judge Franklin's waking up, going to court in the morning, going, hey, wait a minute, that bond's too low. Snatching it back, the defendant's upset, whatnot. In situations like that, we would give them credit for the bond they already paid for and do the new bond that Judge Franklin set. In the case of the DA, they file a motion to set high bail. The judge can say, you know what, I don't want to do that. A DA can ask for a $100,000 bond, and the judge can say, I'm going to make that a $10,000. I've sat in courtrooms and watched the judge say, well, what can the defendant afford? And that's the only question they ask them. There's no weighing what they've done. And to speak to the legislature stuff, the Senate Bill 6, which was just legislated, gave the judges some teeth, because now they have to sign off that they reviewed somebody's criminal history before they set bond. Now think about that, how ironic that is. You shouldn't have to have a legislative bill or law to tell the judge to use discretion. They already had. So think about how far we went to the left. $100 bond for domestic violence. How do you feel as a woman if you're beat up or abused by your husband and he gets out on a $100 bond within 24 hours? That's the other part. There's a lot of mentally unstable people that used to be held for a 21-day psych evaluation before they were released. Now they're released in 24 hours with no meds. They're unstable. They're going to go out and hurt somebody or themselves. So these are things to think about, which I just wanted to cover that.
No, thank you so much. We appreciate all of you all. Let's give a round of applause to our panel. Listen, it is not easy to sit here and tackle the tough questions. So we thank you all for coming out and sharing that information. What we want to do is
check 1, 2.
We want to transition, if you will. We want to transition, if you will, to a little Q&A from the audience. If you all have any questions for them. Everybody have questions.
Thank you so much for this great information. I had a question about the bail reform. Am I correct in understanding that bail reform only happened in the misdemeanor court, and that gave judges the discretion to do a PR bond as well, but it trickled into the felony courts, and they started issuing PR bonds?
It did trickle into the felony courts. Some felony courts. I'm a homicide prosecutor at the district attorney's office, so I handle capital murder cases, and I have a few murder cases. And I have had murders, people who were charged with murder, who got PR bonds. And I think we heard a little bit about that on the news. And so right now, because of SB 1, you can no longer get a PR bond for a murder case. So the legislature did step in that way. And so there is currently, right now in Harris County, only bail reform in the misdemeanor courts.
And for the PR bonds, is there anything similar to the 1715, or any factors that the judge has to take under consideration?
So the way it works with, and that's a good question, thank you for the question. So again, with PR bonds, and anywhere from PR bonds all the way up to whatever number that the judge deems appropriate according to 1715 can be set. You can set a PR bond on just about, I would say, cases that you deem appropriate. However, because of the matters that we were having with some of our courts, again, not all of our courts, not all of our Democratic judges, or not all of our judges, but because there's such a cloud, it is appearing that everyone was dealing with this, and that's not true. But because of SB 6, now you can no longer, again, it's like the judge had discretion, but because what has happened, some judges, I guess people are questioning their lack of discretion or their lack of judgment, I would say. The legislatures came in and say, now we're going to have to say there are certain cases you cannot give a PR bond on. And this is judges as well as magistrates, such as assaults. If they're felony assaults, you can no longer give PR bonds, okay? And so that was just one of the examples that came out of SB 6. And so you can Google SB 6. I'll kind of give you a little information in terms of what that stands for and what that's all about. But that's generally what happens. And so we all have the discretion to be able to give a PR bond all the way up to whatever amount you deem appropriate under 1715. But because, like I kind of remember, I said from the beginning, when you are dealing with some issues, and sometimes you can go too far to the left or sometimes too far to the right. And that's what has happened. You have some people who are in certain courts, and this is not just in Harris County, it's across the state, across the nation, that some people feel like they've gone too far to the left, right? They're a little bit too lenient, and then you've had some people in the past to say, well, we needed bail reform because you've gone too far to the right. And so now we're seeing the aftermath of, whether or not you feel that these people are more conservative or more lenient.
And I'll just add one thing. This is not a Democrat or Republican issue, because there are good Democratic judges. That is just the reality. And to me, I believe that you need people who have lived experiences. I think you should have people who look like the community on the bench to understand the plight of the people who come before you. So this is not a Democrat or Republican issue. And I hate that the term soft on crime is being perpetuated throughout our community, because we know what soft on crime did in the 80s. And so this is not a soft or hard on crime. The reality about the criminal justice system is that there is an individualized approach to justice. The way I handle you, or when you come before the court, based off of your lived experiences, your criminal history, if there is any or not, should be different than the way that I look at you. That's just the reality of it. And so you don't want judges who are just going to have these blanket statements about what they will do in every situation. You want a judge who will look at you as you. And so in regards to the rhetoric, just be mindful of the Democrat or Republican. This is about following the law, being fair, and making tough decisions when you have to.
Just to quickly, what she's talking about going to the left, I remember when the right, under Johnny Holmes and Chuck Rosenthal and railroading people on the death row, it was a cowboy town, and it was. So that's why you see this pendulum that always swings. Yeah. Every 15 to 20 years, you see it go all the way to the left. No, we just never stop in the middle to get some balance.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, mine is a rather soft question, if you will. I have a phrase that makes a distinction between murder and capital murder.
Yeah.
What's the difference?
So, capital murder can be punished in only two ways: life without parole or death in Texas. And there are several ways you can commit a capital. You can commit a capital by killing a law enforcement officer. You can commit a capital by killing more than one person at the same time. You can commit a capital by killing a child under the age of 14. You can commit a capital in the commission of, let's say, a robbery. Let's say you go to a gas station, pull a gun out on the clerk. You didn't intend to kill them, but you kill them in the commission of it. So if you kill somebody in the commission of a robbery or a kidnapping. A murder is, the circumstances are a little bit different. It's just an unlawful killing. Just think about it that way. Capital, there's that sort of additional caveat. With murder, the punishment range is 5 years all the way up to 99 or life. Notice I didn't say life without parole.
First of all, good morning.
Good morning.
My question is, when you had mentioned earlier about going to the legislators with the situation, what would be the process of actually going to a legislator as an individual? What kind of paperwork would I ask for?
Thank you, good question. So first, one of the things that you need to do is on your voter registration, you're going to have the numbers that are designated in terms of who is your representative, who is your senator. Contact their office and let them know, hey, I'm a registered voter and I want to come and talk to you all about some things that I would like to see laws, right? And they should be open because, again, you vote for them, we vote for them. And so they should have an open door policy in terms of any citizen at any time being able to come in and say, hey, here are some issues that I'm seeing and I would like for some of these laws to be implemented. And here are some examples of laws. So the first thing I would do is contact your particular representative in your precinct and talk to them, and then they will tell you how to proceed in terms of contacting that person. Like if it's going to be an email or whatever their process is for that particular office. That's the first thing I would do. But I do invite a lot of us, if you're feeling so strongly about this, to go beyond voting and also educating your neighbors, but to also get active in the legislation of the laws that are going to affect our community.
I would just add also, some of the courts still have Zoom live stream. And so which I would advise you, instead of just making like blanket statements about voting all Democrats or voting all Republicans, tune into the judge's live stream. See how they conduct court on a day-to-day basis. See if this is a judge. The great thing about Texas is that you elect judges. And on this ballot, you are going to see mostly judicial races. And you have the ability to live stream and see the judges who you believe are fair, who you believe are making right decisions for your community. And the way you find out who your local representative is you can go on harrisvotes.com. And what Harris Votes does is it pulls up your voter registration card that some of you may have had mailed to you. It tells you what district you're in, who your assigned U.S. representative is, who your assigned state representative is, who your assigned state senator is, and then you can petition them about the laws that you want changed based off of how you observe court.
Do we have any more questions? You have one? Okay.
I have a question. In the morning. How much bond could you give a person? How much? And I have another question. Earlier y'all talking about like soft and hard crimes. Like what is that?
Well, let me say this because I think I used the term loosely. It's not soft crimes, it's soft on crime, and that's just vernacular that some people are saying. Hard on crime. And that will be, I'm assuming that they mean that some people, and it can be the state, it can be the prosecutors, may not want to prosecute, let's say, low-level marijuana cases. Some people may argue that that's soft on crime, whereas the caveat may be, the flip side may be, hard on crime may be the same type of case where it's a low-level marijuana and the person wants to give them, I don't know, the maximum, right? So that would be the caveat in terms of that. And the amount of bond, that just depends on a case by case, right? There is no particular amount that you know, like I said, you can use. It can go anywhere from, and it depends on the type of case. And I think it's what Counselor Thomas stated, that it depends on the case. It's an individual case. It's a case by case basis. That's how it should be. So there is no magic number amount that, I could assess a particular bond. I don't have a particular amount in mind, but you think of all of the factors, and then you consider that when you're assessing a bond. I hope I answered your question.
To give some idea though, there used to be a bail schedule.
Just gonna say that, yeah, there it still is.
So, yeah, so when O'Donnell got filed, the injunction, I believe, removed it, correct?
There's still a bail schedule, and what a bail schedule is, it essentially just breaks down each level of crime. So let's say somebody's charged with a 3rd-degree felony. The bail schedule sets, it's not an amount that you have to set a 3rd-degree felony at, obviously, because everybody is different, but it's just a number that you can look to start at. For 2nd-degree felonies, there'll be an amount on the bail schedule for 1st degrees, for capital offenses, it goes like that.
Thank you. We have 2 more questions and then we're gonna close it on out. Yes, sir. What?
You'll need to bring the microphone to her.
Sure, absolutely.
So he's gonna ask the question, you'll bring the microphone.
Good afternoon again. Before I pose one question, I want to say something quickly. Because we talking about the criminal justice system. I commend all of you, Judge, ADA. You all have a tough job to do. I'm sure everyone in here has family and so forth. I want to speak openly, real briefly. I don't want to take up too much time. I'm a minister, an activist, and an entrepreneur. Having been in prison in 2001, I made a choice because as a young man, not being taught life, I sold drugs after going into college, okay? And was sentenced to 6 months in the state penitentiary. But I didn't blame anyone. I thank God for allowing me to come in there. And I was changing lives of people while I was in there. But to be labeled, well, there's a term out there, because you catch the charge and you have a felony. I had, the challenges was great coming home. So these are something that the youth and adults are dealing with. And we talk privately about these things in church, in group settings and so forth. But here I'm 44 years old with 5 children, sent them all to college. I've been to 4 colleges myself. 1 prior to going in and 3 prior, well 3 and 3 afterwards. But what I don't like hearing is that I'm a felon. I made a choice, you know, so what can a person like me, and maybe even many of you in here who have people in your family, because there's a stigma, and it hurts me, because what I do for this world and this country, protecting the youth and us adults as citizens, and so forth. Hearing that you are a felon, because you have a strike. Yeah, people do make mistakes. We all know that. You know, whether, you know, not going there, or different, because there's so many different types of charges out there. How can that not be labeled as a person? And my next question is, like the youth who are in there, it doesn't matter if they're a young adult or age and so forth, because I have family and a lot of people going in different ages and different times. What program can be put in place so that that can prevent them from going back in there? Because I know the challenges. I know how hard it was to say, no, we're not hiring you because of this and that. I worked many restaurants. Did I want to? No. Until I got to God open up the doors, you know, that allowed me to get better jobs and so forth before I removed myself from corporate to do other things for this country and for people and for what you all do, because I'm a voter. I support, because I hear these questions like from people in the community, different people. You know, it's like, which side are you on? Are you for the people? Is you voting for just, you want to see people? No, I don't want to see people. They have a job to do. I know it's not, you're not the one, Judge and 88, y'all not the ones that's placing people in jail. It's a person's choice. So for the youth, what kind of programs can be put in place for the youth and adults who coming out to help them because they're coming back into society with really nowhere to run. They're coming into the church, and we're doing our best to help them in everywhere we can. But we know there's not enough jobs in America. But what can be done?
If you will, I hate to interrupt you, but if you will, these are some great questions. But one of the answers is this community get together here, this forum here, and that's what Prevention Zone is doing. And if you will stay for a while, I think one of the next panels is going to answer every question that you have.
All right, thank you.
I did want to add that.
Congratulations to you for overcoming.
Yeah, that's amazing. Thank you for telling your story. I want to implement a youth and community court, excuse me, and it's going to be targeted for people between the ages of 18 and 25. And what it'll do is it'll serve as a conduit between community resources that are doing great work and the court to actually get them connected with each other. So it's going to help people with mental health treatment, drug and alcohol rehabilitation, and career placement. I've already been talking to agencies like WorkFaith. We're going to help people get jobs, but not just get jobs, but keep jobs, and help them with their soft skills. Programs like Amped Up for Change that are doing great work in the community to help people with drug and alcohol addictive issues. And so their community's doing great work. We're just not partnered up with the court.
Last question.
Oh, and let me just answer that real quick. Congratulations too, but I would say to continue to do what you're doing, and also be an outreach for those who are in your situation or heading to your situation, or coming out. There's also several programs that have been started, like you said, that they'll discuss in the next panel, about restarting. One of the things that I try to do with my court in my position that I have in the platform is I have what is called a mock trial. It's called Blindfold Justice Mock Trial, and I do that every year. I wasn't able to do it during COVID, but and that is for the kids. And what they do is they are attorneys, they are the prosecutors, they're given a case, they are the witnesses. Why is that important? That's important because our kids need to see themselves as attorneys, as prosecutors, not just in orange jumpsuits. And so it's a mindset that we have to employ in them, that we expect them to have high expectations. We have high expectations of our children and to give them exposure. A lot of the mock trial competitions that we've had were not in certain segments in our community, right? And so that was one thing that I wanted to do and employ so that we have kids who are exposed to more things. Having kids to come and see us in court, having them to sit on the bench. You think that that's not a big deal, but I remember the time before I became a judge, I would go into an empty courtroom and walk in and turn the light on and sit down and say, all rise, because I saw myself in that position. So I know the importance of speaking it, seeing it, and then believing it. And so I think that that's something that we can do as a community to make sure that our kids are exposed to different things so that they can see them in those positions.
Just quickly, to connect with him, I was in jail 5 times in my life. I've slept on the floor, eaten the sandwiches, been called out 4 times a day. To see myself now where I'm at, to be in courtrooms before judges that I used to stand before as a defendant. So, no, you're right. But there is somewhere between forgiveness and redemption, you find yourself. And you drop the label when you're ready to drop it. The society will make you pay for that label forever. It's when you get rid of it and say, I've already paid my debt. What you know about me, you can't use it anymore. But I'm telling you, I told you my past. What are you going to do with it? So I connect with you.
I'm going to be real brief. I wanted to sit and be quiet. But I do an outreach called the Woman's Roots. So I'm in the prisons twice a month, short. And I hear the stories, what happened in court and bails and all of this. So I'm working inside the prison as an aftercare. I see them 60, 90 days before they get out, build a relationship, do an assessment, and then the connection is on the outside. So we don't just leave them there for jailhouse religion, Baptist preacher said the man is the head, but the woman is the neck that makes the head turn. So I do the women. And it is just amazing to me. Great information. And I made up my mind. I said, you know what? I need to get a little bit more political. I need to go into courts and see what's happening because I hear all the stories. I want you to know, if I can brag a little bit, I have had 5 women to go to college, and 2 of them got masters. I don't even have masters, but you know what I'm saying? So I encourage them. They're low, you know, they're not violent, you know, they, you know, all that. So what happens is called survival crimes. They get out. Listen, this is a $6 million population here, and we don't have enough transitional housing. I love the church. I'm a church girl. But, you know, they ignore me. I got some property in Cashmere Garden, Trinity Garden, and I say, I'm going to give this back to the community. I'm going to do a one-stop shop. Because when they get off that bus or they come out, they don't know what to do. They don't know the resources. Who's going to feed into their lives? Do y'all see the young generation coming up? What are we going to have? Who's going to be president when I'm 100? I'm going to be 100. So I have a great passion for it. No, I never did drugs. I never did prostitution. My mother did community work. We all got different journeys. I bet you I've had more husbands than you have. But anyway, we all have different journeys. But we're going to the same location, the Christ. Your journey, my journey is different. So how do we help our neighborhoods? You know, we got this black and white and all of this, but we're all human beings. And these women in prison, if you could just hear their stories, and we follow them on outside. I have a little thing called Table Talk, and I started it some years ago because I tried to do a transition, and everybody had problems. So every Thursday we did dinner and we talked. So it was 8 years ago, and we're still doing it. The pandemic came. Catch me every Wednesday at 12 o'clock, and I do witness. I encourage women out there, and I've had so many people. I did in 2005 or 9. I don't even remember them, but they remember the situation. And as a community, we got to save them. And when I say save these people, you cannot save everybody. I've had some girls down the street or whatever. I have many stories. Many. And my class is so packed at Plain State Prison, I can't do everybody because I don't have enough volunteers. They come and they go. They want it on their resume or whatever. I did this and whatever. But I do the job. But I don't have any money. Money comes, money goes. But I'm still trying to do a one-stop shop. But this city does not have enough transitional. They do not have enough resources. They don't know where to go. So I am the connector. Years after years, people come back but I have some awesome women in there. They're diamonds in the raw. They're diamonds. I don't want to preach this thing, but I had to come this morning. This is my sleeping-in date. But anyway, so I came. I said, I got to go, and I want to hear what they have to say. No, I know nothing about the baby. I know nothing about this. You've educated me. Yes, we're going to hook up because I want to know what's really going on. Lady come into prison and first time, and she stole something out of Kmart because her daughter didn't have any diapers. And they gave her 6 months in Plain State Prison. First time. She get out, she can't get a job, she can't get housing. They can finally get food stamps, but what good is food stamps? You don't have no house or stuff to cook it in. We need to wake up. And my mama used to do community work. I said, I'd never do this. I don't care, but I do care. And you care, and you care. But we got to get together. It's unity. We got to make this thing work. The system is broken. Humpty Dumpty fell on the wall, and Humpty Dumpty had a great fall. All the king houses and all the king men could not put it back together again. But if we work together, we can get this thing done.
Amen. We are so grateful to have had this conversation and this panel discussion. Real quick, we have been here before. If you do your history in criminal justice, we have been here before. And so events and forums like this are creating change, and we thank that being in Prevention Zone for allowing us to do this. Let's give them a round of applause. God bless you.
Again, let's give this panel another great performance. So, what we're going to do, we've had some changes. We had to make some changes, good changes. Do this first.
Look next to you, Vice President.
Sorry. Thank y'all. So, for our guests on today, we got the certificates this time. So, if you all would come.
We're gonna move you over here so I can get great pictures.
Mr. Garza.
side, president and VP on the other side, and get you guys close together. This is a momentous occasion. We won't have you get up no more. I know you need hurt. Just more. Come on. There we go. Everybody look up, smile. One more time. Okay, can y'all open your certificates? They did a great job. Yes. Nice. That's beautiful. Hold on, let me get Lionel out the way. There we go. Beautiful. Thank you so much. Thank you. All right, take a break.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
All right, so as we transition with our panels, we have door prizes that we're going to be giving. You all should have a ticket. And so if you need to use the restroom, now is the time. Don't miss your ticket because your number could be called. Please turn the lights on.
Can you turn the lights on? Guys, we're about to do the raffle. If everybody look in their bag, and I'll put them in there. Thank you. Here we go. Can I get a volunteer to reach in here? There we go. Here we go. First raffle. 3, 9, 9, 4, 2, 3, 6. All right, come on down.
Mic check. Okay, there should be tickets in your bag. Tickets in your bag. These tickets is raffle tickets or prize tickets. Make sure you have one in there. We are trying to do this on each panel.
Okay, here's the second raffle. 3, 9, 9, 4, 2, 4, 3. It might be in the restaurant. We'll hold this one when people come back and we'll call it one more time. Thank you guys. Now y'all can go to the restaurant.
Change our banner to the next session. Up there and change the banner. We should have that on the email. Change the banner. We thank you all how you supporting this here because it's so much needed. We don't know who we have incarcerated or who needs this type of help.
No, you still got some time? Okay, still have time.
I'm sorry, I didn't see your message. Oh, no. Somebody opened it. Okay, good, I'm sorry. What time is it? You know, we really, cancel the whole trip. She canceled it. She told me she canceled it. Are you canceling too? Yes. Or canceling our we at 4.
Hello? Oh. All right, we're ready to get started. And I love the fact that a program is subject to be changed. So we have to make some changes. But anyway, we're going to go ahead. We had to cancel out one of our panels. Our moderator was in a bad accident, not at his fault. So I'm giving my time back to you all. And so we're going to have surviving wrongful convictions to come up. All right? We have Tony, come on. Yeah, Tony, come on. So we're going to have our moderator, Nigel Kitos. He's a good friend of mine. He's formerly with Innocence Project of New York. And so he's going to be our moderator. And then we have our panelist, Christopher Scott, all the way from Dallas, Texas. And then we have Tracy Brown. Is Tracy? Oh, yeah, go. Got the grab. But yeah, Tracy. That's it. Him, Tracy, and Nigel. Yes. All right. So get ready, sit back for this dynamic panel, and take notes if you need to. All right. Thank you guys for being patient.
admission, we was looking for ticket number 399-4243. Ticket 399-4243. 399-4243. Three nine nine 4243. Excuse me? It's 243 is the last three. 243.
4-3, anybody?
243.
Let's just go ahead and do another.
Do a nut. We're gonna pull a nut. Okay, pay attention. Look in your bag. And the winner is 399-4255. That's 399-4255. Okay? 4255. Is you, boss?
All right.
All right, cool. There you go. We're gonna tie that one up. Put it in the trash.
Let me get a picture right quick.
Okay.
Daphne, you mind right quick?
Not at all. While we're doing all of this, if you all would definitely take advantage of looking into you all's bags, y'all got some good stuff in there. And I'm guilty of, just getting a bag and putting it under the bed somewhere. But y'all look in there, you have some good things in there. Okay, this way first, okay.
Mic check, mic check.
Do the giver aware. There we go. Perfect. Congratulations. All right, now we can get started. Take a seat, guys.
Good afternoon, everybody.
Good afternoon.
Thank you all for joining us. We have a very pertinent panel, surviving wrongful convictions. My name is Nigel Quiroz. I was formerly policy counsel at the Innocence Project. I've recently moved to Texas. I'm working with Commissioner Rodney Ellis and his intergovernmental relations. But I'm here on behalf of myself and some of the work that I did with wrongfully convicted people for the last 5 years. So, without further ado, according to the National Registry of Exonerations, there have been 3,269 exonerations in the U.S. since 1989. To date, 375 people in the United States have been exonerated by DNA testing, including 21 who served time on death row. These people served an average of 14 years in prison before exoneration and release. So we have some affected people here on the stage, and I kind of want to center them, let them be able to tell their stories, let you know what got them there, and the great stories of their exonerations and their releases. And we also have some therapists who can actually speak on actually re-entering society, and some of our panelists can tell us how they've been going about re-entering society. So without further ado, I can actually turn over to Tracy Brown. Ms. Brown, I'd like to hear, well, I know the audience would like to hear your story and what brought you here today.
Okay, yes, sir. My name is Tracy Brown. My name was Tracy Bell. I am a former Houston police officer, and I was convicted of a crime in 2010. I was wrongly convicted. But what led me to that situation was I was a rookie on a scene in my early years, and I witnessed an officer brutally beat. It was a white female officer. She brutally beat, choked a black lady on my scene. And of course, this was before cameras were, y'all had all your cameras, and the George Floyd thing went down. I was on the scene by myself with other white police officers, and I was literally out there screaming, trying to, basically almost got into a fight with the female officer who had showed up on the scene and beat the lady in the head with a flashlight, black lady, and she was choking her. And so I went back to the station, thought I was doing the right thing. I'm blooded up. I was out there trying to defend the person who I thought, this was the right thing to do, and it was the right thing to do. I was brought back to the station. I was being, I didn't know people were, setting up to get me set up. And so this whole thing went to the grand jury. Other officers were changing stories. I stuck to my story. I was brought into the city attorney's office, and I was asked in the back office in the back, and I was asked to look at this thing a different way, and I was trying to figure out what is she saying, this was wrong. And basically she said to me, oh, it wasn't that bad, was it? She didn't hit it that hard. So at this time I was traumatized because I'd never been on a situation where I'd seen somebody just literally, get hit in the head with a flashlight, choked, and nobody does anything. So I was there trying to do something. And so the city attorney told me, after she said to me, it wasn't that bad. It wasn't that bad, was it? And I said to her, was it your head on the end of that flashlight? And I didn't say it nicely. I cursed. And she told me, you get out of here, and we'll show you. And so I didn't know the significance of that. I didn't know how bad that would be. But I became retaliated against. I was getting death threats. I'd show up for work, and other officers saying, you need to go home. Take your vacation time, go home. Like, what's going on? So I took vacation time, come to find out I was supposed to get set up that night. They was going to set me up, I was supposed to get shot. Retaliation is real. And so after that, I got back off of probation. I was sent to the jail for punishment for working in jail, which I love working in jail because I love working with people. And so then they kicked me out of the jail because they saw I was liking that too much. And so I started a nonprofit, and they concocted a case on me saying I was stealing from my own nonprofit, from the Houston Area Urban League. And the Urban League said that, no, we never said she stole anything from me, but it was all to set up to come back at me. And I was convicted. Before I was convicted, I was all on TV on the 5 o'clock news back in 2008. I was a big story for Bill Biasta. And nobody knew what I was going through. Everybody thought, oh, yeah, police officers do stuff, but I was literally being retaliated against. And the DA literally was laughing at me. She laughed at me. I heard her laughing at me when my attorney told her on the phone, hey, Tracy don't even know these people that you're putting her involved with this crime. She said, I know. We know that. So, but we told her. And I went down to see the DA and cussed her out. We got into it. And she said, but I told you we'll show you. I went to trial. I went to trial for 10 days on a theft, an attempted theft. The 11th day of the trial, my private investigator was arrested, coming into court to testify for me. He got arrested. All my witnesses were threatened with cases, their kids. I experienced prosecutorial misconduct to the prosecutorial misconduct. Let me say what that is. That's when DAs are doing illegal things. And if you have been in trial or anything, you would know about this. If you're not, we'll talk after this. We need to get you ready. And it's still going on to this day. So I fought the best I could in trial. The DA on 11 days showed the tape of me cussing out, saying somebody had to help me. Somebody had to help my black ass. You got me down here for helping kids. Showed that to the jury, and one of the white jurors looked at me and said, "You did her hair like that." And I told my mom, we took a recess. I went in the restroom, and I fell to the ground. I cried. I said, "Mom, I'm going to prison for saying black ass." My mom said, "No, you're not. No. Go back." Guess what? I get 15 years for theft, 16 years for attempted theft. I do 4 years at TDCJ, but God. Because all things work for the good. There were people that I needed to meet, and there were people that needed to meet me. So my journey here today is a wrongful conviction. My case has just got I I met an attorney who met me through a panel like this and said he would take my case for free this summer, so they're working on my case. It's back. Somebody has picked it up. And so I'm here because I understand what it is to be wrongly convicted. I understand what it feels like to be on both sides. And I'm still healing, and thank God we got therapists here. I have experienced a lot of trauma behind that. I've always been a fighter for people, for women, just for the compassionate people. And it's like literally I was at the wrong job I was at the wrong job trying to do the right thing. So today I speak about this situation because they want me to be quiet, and I will not. Going to jail, going to prison, you're not going to scare me because God has my life, and I will continue to fight for people, and I am my sister's keeper. I am. And I'm here because I was a militant, as they say, when I left the police academy. She's a black militant. So, but they made me pay for that, and but I'm alive and well, and I'm speaking to you guys right now to let you know that wrongful convictions are real, prosecutorial misconduct is real, and it's still happening today.
Thank you, Ms. Brown. So, kind of adding a little context to that also, the National Registry of Exonerations reports that official misconduct contributes to the false criminal conviction of about 54% of innocent people. And out of those statistics that I told you, the 3,269 wrongfully convicted, over half of those individuals were African American. So you can see how it disproportionately affects people of color. So thank you for telling your story. So next we have Mr. Christopher Scott. I overheard Mr. Scott speaking to some people before, and he said that he was actually sentenced to a capital offense, so you were on death row, correct?
No, I wasn't.
Oh, you weren't on death row, but you were sentenced to a capital
life sentence.
Capital life sentence.
Yes.
Okay, so I just want you to be able to share your story with
Sure. In 1997, I was wrongfully convicted of capital murder. It was one sole eyewitness said I committed this crime, but in the court, in our court system, we would think that more than one person would be able to say you actually committed this crime and you wouldn't go to prison for it. But now we look up, only one person can say you did something, and in the justice system will allow that to happen. This particular night that I was, wrongfully convicted of capital murder, I was at home with my 2 kids and girlfriend. A friend of mine was struggling with drugs. He wanted to have a conversation because of the fact that he felt like couldn't nobody else talk to him because everybody that was close to him used drugs. So he wanted to find somebody that was neutral, and that was me. And at that particular time, I worked in a local grocery store called Tom Thumb in this community. And he always used to come into the store, and I was over the produce department. And it's crazy because a lot of the cops that was involved in my case shopped at that same grocery store. These same cops I gave fresh fruit and vegetables to maybe twice a week. And that night that I was arrested, it was a murder happened at 7 p.m. that day. I didn't make it to the neighborhood until 11:30 that night. And the crazy part about it, like, this is a middle-class urban community. And when I drove up on the street, I saw many cops, and I felt like something had happened. And my whole thing is being an African-American man growing up in Oak Cliff, Texas, where I'm born and raised from. When we see these many cops out, our first thing is like to get somewhere and sit down until all the cops leave, and then we'll come back outside. But this particular day, they didn't give me that opportunity. As I pulled up in my friend's driveway, I didn't even get out my car. I blew my horn. And he came in my car. We made a few blocks around the corner. We stopped at a friend's house that he knew for about 45 seconds to a minute, no later than that. After that, we drove to 7-Eleven. We had soft drinks. We stood in the parking lot for about 10 minutes. And I was telling them because, a lot of my older brothers was drug users. And growing up around that, I already had experience of what I told them. So what I did is just told him the same thing I told them. If you want to stop using drugs, first and foremost, that's something you got to stop for yourself, for one. And for two, you gotta stop hanging around the people that influence you to use drugs. With the premise of our conversation. And as we going back to his neighborhood, a helicopter flies over my car, shines a light in the car, and I'm going north, the other cop is going south. The female officer turns around and gets behind me. I tell my friend, hey, cop's behind us. Say, don't worry about it. So we didn't worry about it because we knew we hadn't did anything. So eventually we pulled up in the driveway. I say, look, I'm gonna go in your house, let it cool down. When they leave, I'll go. Next thing you know, the cops called the phone and said, y'all need to, the two men that just went in the house, y'all need to come out. Now here's where racial profiling is at its best. They said it was two African American men, one tall, one short, dark complected with a low haircut. Now if you look at all the black men in this room, that's what's being described. All of us fit that. So that was a vague description. So as me and my friend got out the car, one of us was tall and one of us was short. That's them, immediately, without even doing a thorough investigation. So I go in the house, I sit for a minute, the cops call the phone, tell us to come out. Hang the phone up like, we ain't coming out, we ain't did nothing. But when you see women and kids in the house and they're pretty scared, so I was like, man, let's go out and see what's going on. So when I look out the window, they had a whole neighborhood barricaded. You can't come in, you can't go out. But the moral of the story is this is what happened. A drug dealer was murdered and robbed by 4 men and a woman. The woman went in to see how much drugs and money he had. He sent 2 guys in to commit the robbery. The drug dealer saw one of the guys that he was known for doing these kind of robberies. Both of them pull their guns at the same time, shoot simultaneously. The Hispanic drug dealer dies at the scene. I pull up, so when we come outside, they lay about 12 of us on the ground. And the crazy part about it is, they was getting people that was being just, people that was looking to see what was going on. If they fit that description, they laid them on the ground with us as well. So now it's about 20 of us laying on the ground. Eventually they choose me because I'm supposed to be the shooter. So they pick me up, put some liquid substance on my hand to see if I had it in the drop. They put it into a plastic bag. They wanted to see if I had fired a gun. But at that particular time, I didn't know what they was doing because I had never been in this kind of trouble before. So eventually they say, well, a lady's gonna come identify you. If she can't, we gotta let you go. They put me in a police car. 20 minutes later, my girlfriend pulls up. They say, that's the lady. I'm like, what lady? That's the lady, grab her. So they immediately thought my girlfriend was the lady that set the robbery up. They immediately handcuff her, sit on the ground, and they asked to search my car and her car. They searched the car because what they're looking for was drugs, money, and the clothes that the people that committed this crime committed, because the clothes did not match the clothes I had on of my co-defendant. Now, both of us went to prison for this case. So eventually, once they did that, and they told me, well, the lady's not going to come and identify you here. We're going to take you to the Capers buildings, crimes against persons. See, this is the reason I hate that judge left. Because a lot of things she said was true, and some of the things she said wasn't true. So, and I wanted to address that, but she left, so I couldn't address it with her. But I'm addressing it to y'all. So, eventually, we go downtown. They put me on one side of the room, and they took like 20 of us to jail that night. Like 19 people was on one side of the room. I'm on the other side of the room by myself, in front of a big glass window. They handcuffed me to a bench. So the police officer walks the lady up to me and states, this is the man that killed your husband. It wasn't a question, it was a statement. And the lady said, see, that's him. I couldn't hear her, but I read her lips, and I'm thinking, I know she didn't just say what I thought she said. As I go into interrogation, they weren't even looking for a murder. They was looking to see who was the drug seller. They wanted me to be a drug seller so bad. So they was asking, who you get your drugs from? How much drugs you buy? They told me you was a kingpin drug dealer. And it was funny to me, cause I'm like, how can I be a kingpin drug dealer dude and I work at Tom Thumb grocery store as a produce supervisor? Kingpins don't work at grocery stores, I'm sorry to tell you that. And after 3 hours of that kind of interrogation, I go to the restroom, put water on my face, so now I understand why they put the liquid substance on my hand. They want to see if I fired a gun. I was safe. I was like, no, I didn't fire a gun, so I'm okay, I'm in the clear. As I walk back to the room and get to the interrogation room, the cops say, well, we tired of bullshitting with you. We're not gonna, we don't want to hear nothing about drugs. Stand up, put your hands behind your back, you're going to jail for capital murder. I'm like, now you just said that it was for drugs, but now you're telling me I got a capital murder case. He said, yeah, you're going to jail for capital murder. Handcuff me, escort me out. Cop out there said, I don't believe you committed this crime. I'm like, what? I know I did. And he said, this is the reason why I don't think you committed this crime. He said, look, you well spoken, you well dressed, you well groomed, you driving a nice car. We found an uncashed paycheck stub in your back pocket. This is not the crime of a man of your character. This is a crime of a dope fiend. This is what the cop said. But I still go to jail for capital murder. 2 months later, comes back, I didn't fire the gun. I'm not the shooter. So I'm thinking I'm gonna be let free. Nah, we're not gonna let you go. So what we're gonna do is add another charge to you. We're gonna give you capital murder, plus we're gonna put aggravated sexual assault on you. I'm like, what are you talking about? He said, well, while the lady was being searched, they found her. So I say, so you, they were like, yeah, you did that. And I'm like, man, dude, I did not do that. Say, we charging you with that, and now you got a capital murder case. My capital murder trial lasted 4 hours. 4 hours. My deliberation lasted 45 minutes. 45 minutes. And the best thing about it was the judge asked me, why shouldn't she seek the death penalty? And I said, how could you kill an innocent man? The judge said, you just saved your own life today. We're not going to kill you, but we're going to give you a capital life sentence. After beating the death penalty case, they come back and give me another trial. I was found guilty of capital murder with only one identification saying it was me. And this is why it's so important to be on a jury panel, if you don't know. One African-American man, after we went through 4 different jury panels, one African-American man stood up and said, I can find Mr. Scott guilty just on her word alone. 5 minutes later, I had an all-white jury panel. White prosecutor, white judge, white lawyer. All 12 jury members was white. And I was like, how can I have a fair trial when the deck is stacked this high? But the best thing about it, they didn't kill me. 2006, Dallas County elected the first African-American district attorney in the state of Texas history, which was Craig Watkins. Craig Watkins stated, like, I'm going to run, and if I win, it's about wrongful conviction cases. When he first got elected, they wanted him to throw away all the DNA so he couldn't retest his DNA to get these innocent men and women free. But me, I didn't have any DNA in my case. My case was non-DNA. So somebody had to come back and confess to capital murder. And that's the only reason I'm here today, that somebody came back and confessed to capital murder. And I should say God is good, he's great. Because at the same time, the guy that actually committed this crime was incarcerated with my brother. My brother worked inside of the barbershop. The guy went inside the barbershop and sit in my brother's barber chair as my brother's cutting his hair. He tells my brother about the case he committed. And the case he committed is the case I was in prison for. That guy filed an affidavit to say that he the one committed this crime. That was in 2002. I don't get exonerated until 2009. They make me serve 7 more years because our DA at that time was a white racist DA. But the African-American DA that got elected in 2006, he took my case to a UTA, University of Texas of Arlington. And it's an undergraduate student got me out of prison. That's the reason I'm here right today. She was an 11th grader. That's why I commend all these little kids, the young adults that's going to school, college, and high school. Just imagine, you could be in that same position helping an innocent man or woman get out of prison for a crime they didn't commit. As I was released in 2009, I started an organization called House of Renewed Hope. I went to school, got my private investigative license, and I ended up investigating cases of men that was wrongfully convicted. In 2017, we got our first guy out after doing 41 years. Isaiah Ned, he did 41 years for a crime he didn't commit. We was able to get him exonerated. And as I say this, I'm gonna pass the mic. Right now, in Dallas County, it's a guy that was locked up for 35 years because of an officer lied on the stand saying his fingerprints matched. I picked that case up 2 years ago, and I worked it and investigated it. Now, right today, this guy's in Dallas County. His fingerprints came back to say he wasn't a person that committed this crime. And 2 weeks from now, this guy will be a free man after serving 35 years. Always believe in yourself. Let no one tell you what you can't do. Always listen to a person tell you what you can do. Amen. For the kids in here again, don't ever give up on your hopes of dreams of being like I said, I don't want to hear nothing about y'all being prosecutors, for sure. But defense attorneys, judges, public defenders, I'm all good with that. But don't tell me you want to be a prosecutor, because majority of the people that's wrongfully convicted is due to prosecutorial misconduct that a prosecutor withheld evidence that could have got you acquitted. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Scott. Thank you for telling the story. So, what Mr. Scott spoke on with that, with his eyewitness misidentification, that's one of the leading causes of wrongful convictions. About 69% of wrongful convictions, that's a contributing factor. Either it's an unfair lineup, like Mr. Scott said, when they just brought him and had him handcuffed and had the eyewitness just come and just point him out. That's because of the way that our minds are made up. Eyewitness identification is really hard, especially when it's across the racial lines. So, I can see a face of a person who's not the same race as me, and just the way that our minds work, it just kind of jumbles the faces up. So, eyewitness misidentification is a very big cause of wrongful convictions. So, just wanted to highlight that. So we have a couple of therapists on our panel, and they do a lot of great work with people transitioning back. So I just wanted to kind of highlight and ask them what are the biggest factors that you see when someone is re-entering society after being wrongfully convicted that they have to overcome?
Well, I don't deal actually with people who have been wrongfully committed.
Okay.
I do work for the Harris Center for mental health and IDD, and I work a specialized program called New Start. So what that basically is that I deal with people who are on probation and or parole, and I do deal with people coming out of TDC or who just got put on probation for something, but mostly TDC. And I do find when we have clients who come in who have been locked up for a long period of time, there's a big adjustment period for them. They're very frustrated, they're very confused, and I'm sure this is the same thing for people who have been unwrongly convicted and have spent several decades in TDC. I'm sure and please correct me if I'm wrong, okay? I'm sure some of the same feelings are still there, some of the same frustrations. They're coming out to a whole new world. There's a whole new technology going on. They have to relearn almost everything. And, a lot of times their families don't understand that. It's very difficult to come out after being locked up for 30 plus years and all of a sudden you have cell phones that are computers. You have to figure out, how do you ride the bus if that's an issue? You have to figure out, okay, how do I apply for a job? When I went in, we just went into a store and filled out a paper application. Now, they're telling me I can't do that. I have to go online. I have to find a computer. I have to search the web. It's very frustrating, and it's very difficult. And that's just one of the things that they have to deal with. They have to deal with coming out and being back in society and having to relearn how to interact with other people, how to not be so afraid, how to trust. A lot of the clients I have who have been incarcerated for decades, I find that a lot of them have symptoms of PTSD, anxiety, sometimes even schizophrenia. There's depression there, but a lot of it does come down to PTSD, does come down to paranoia, and just having to basically get reoriented back into what the norms are today compared to 30 years ago. And I even seen some that who have been incarcerated for like 7 years, 5 years, come out and they're like the same way. They don't know how to use a cell phone. They're not sure about computers. How do I apply for disability? How do I apply for food stamps? All these small little things that we take for granted because we've progressed with technology. We were here when technology was coming along, so we kind of grew with it and we adapted. But it's very difficult. And again, I see a lot of that with a lot of my clients that I deal with. And basically it's I don't know if heartbreaking is the word for it, but it's kind of one of those, just knowing that this is what they're dealing with really does make a difference. I answered that.
Yes, yes, you did. I know Ms. Brown had a question.
I have a
In
comment.
relation to
So, yes, sir, I have a comment.
what I say, I work with sex offenders, probationers, and parole. In relation to what she was saying, when clients comes out, they're frustrated. Especially you have someone who's been locked up for 15, 20 years, comes out, but there's a start. And they're making them go through classes without giving them any guidelines. And when they can't find a job, they're frustrated, they're traumatized, they're emotional hurting. But you expect so much from them. Without giving them time to get to acclimatize themselves with society. Someone who's been locked up for 20 years, what do you expect from him overnight? Why not give them time to deal with their hurt, to deal with emotional trauma, prior to trying to get a job, prior to trying to find a better place to live. So you're compelling them to create more problem for themselves without giving them a guideline. So I quite understand what people go through when they come out of jail. First of all, you got to learn how to deal with yourself. Try to recognize, where am I now? What do I need to do to get used to society? It doesn't come overnight. They have to work with themselves. In fact, when clients come out without a good family support, their chances of going back is very slim. So they need a good family support prior to trying to find how do I survive in society. And parole officers and some probation officers do not understand what someone who's been wrongly convicted is going through. I'm innocent. I didn't commit this crime. Listening to my peers here. They didn't commit this crime. They didn't do this crime. Like the brother, they gave different chance. Something he never did. But he's forced to accept the fact that I got to deal with this. Now, how is he going to deal with himself? How is he going to deal with the emotion? How is he going to deal with the trauma he's going through to start with before trying to look for what to do? You got to learn to believe in yourself. And the mind have to believe in yourself. Build your own self-esteem. Build your own self-confidence. And then you take it from there. Do not allow them to push you, but rather work on yourself. It takes time to go through these things. So if you are not able to deal with it, you're going to create more problem for yourself. It's very easy to understand that. And if you don't have a good therapist to work with, it makes it very difficult. So you got to learn how to follow your therapist's guidance. Follow your therapist, what is giving you to deal with, what they're asking you to do for your own benefit. Never allow the situation to frustrate you. Because when you allow the situation to frustrate you, you make your life very, very difficult. You got to work with who you're working with and take time slowly to acclimatize yourself with society. When you do that, you can best help yourself, not allowing any situation to push you around. It's not easy, but it's very possible.
Thank you, Dr. Nader.
Yes, sir. I had a comment to make about re-entering society, because I went in as a person that was always trying to do the right thing. I had a college education, graduated from Lamar University with a bachelor's in mass communication. I was working on my master's before all this happened. Never had any interaction with, other than my family would go to jail and things like that, like everybody else in here. You got your mom, everybody, people go to jail in your family. Yeah, it's just real. And so I was one of the person always try to do the right thing. So for me to go into prison, not knowing what I was going, not knowing, you see things on TV and you're like, oh, okay. And then you're going in as a cop, And so the traumas for me, I'm speaking on me, I'm not going to say anything bad about anybody in prison that I met, because I literally was blessed to be able to walk in there and people saw Tracy, they saw my heart. But I cried a lot. I cried all the time. And to the point, one time when I got to state jail, I literally started hitting myself. How could you be so stupid? Why didn't you just do what they wanted you to do? Why didn't you just lie? People don't care about you. Nobody showed up for you. So I started taking things out on me. Still crying. And one young lady met me when they sent me to the maximum security prison in Mountain View, where death row is, like right for an attempted death and a death. It's all good. And she said, what you gonna do, what you not gonna do, you're not gonna sit here and cry, because I don't want to hear it. Okay? So I'm gonna tell you how you're gonna make it through this. You're gonna disconnect from that world, and you're gonna learn this world. Because it's two different worlds. And I mean, when I'm telling you to disconnect, I'm talking about I need you to disconnect from your children, my babies, your mama, everybody that you have an affection for, you disconnect. What do you mean by this? You cannot have emotions for them. You got to stop it right here today. If you're going to survive and make it out of here, stop it. I had to learn how to disconnect from my children. When they would come visit me, they saw it. I had disconnected, because it was the only way I was going to make it through the trauma not being in this world. The trauma of having to search, being strip searched every day. Before I could go out and visit my family, I'm looking at them through a glass. They waiting to see me. They don't know I'm over there. I'm just keeping it real with you today. You have to take off all of my clothes, squat, spread, and then walk out into a visitation. Like it's all good. It's all okay. It's not. So that disconnection that I had to take on, that those ladies taught me how to do, and I thank God for each one of them, because they helped me survive mentally. They taught me how to laugh in prison. They taught me how to keep it moving. But I was moving in there, that out there. no longer exist. So understand you're dealing with a different person. Now when I come home, I'm not the person who I was. When I walked out that prison, I was still disconnected. And everybody could see that. So yeah, we talk about they gotta get a job, learn to sell. Well, guess what? I went in when they had cell phones. I went in knowing how to work a computer. I didn't come out with those issues. But I came out with something totally different. But this young man experienced it. We still experienced it, plus the other things. But that disconnect thing that happens with you, and you got family members, anybody here that's in prison that's coming home, I don't know who I'm saying, who I'm talking to, but I know I'm talking to somebody in here. Understand when they come home, you're gonna have to give them time. It's a healing process. I got to get to know you again. I got to be able to hug you again. I got a lot I got to figure out right now. So just, you excited to see me, but I'm still dreaming of being in prison. Every night, I got dreams of being in prison. I don't know when it stopped. My mama told me that it would. It eventually did, but I still go through those things. And because we can sit here and smile, don't think we ain't still toe up. So it's more than just walking out, trying to fill out a job application, blah, blah, blah. There's a mental thing that's going on. And that system is designed to take that from you. So I sit here and I tell you, have patience with your loved ones. I don't care how they went in. Guess what? That's not the person who you met, who you knew when they came home. It's a different person. And that's my story, our story, that I can say truly. I'm not a therapist. I'm just a real person. I walked through something, and I'm here to tell you about it. And God allowed me an opportunity to speak and to have a right mind today so you can know what to look forward to. And if you're in here and you're trying to go to school to be something, be it the right way. We hate DAs. This is what it is. We don't like the job. But if you are looking for that, if you are looking to go to that position, look at us.
Be fair.
Look at us.
Have more than principles about what you do.
Exactly.
Because if you don't have more than principles of what you do, you're not only hurting yourself, but you're hurting the people that you got to represent. My struggle with being reinstated into society, my skills of sense of direction was lost. The streets I knew 13 years that I did in prison, I didn't no longer know them anymore. I had to learn all of that all over again like a kid in school. You know, it was very dehumanizing when somebody told you, take this cell phone and work navigation. Really? Really? I've been out 2 months and you telling me to work navigation. I'm sorry. I'm not computer savvy at that particular time. This is a process that I have to go through. The most demoralizing thing I had to do was like, I might have to go and get on the highway and I'm going 45 south. But now I'm lost. Because I don't know my sense of direction is lost. So now how would you feel if you have to pick up your phone? Tell me how to get home. Tell me how to get home. Would that make you feel like less of a man? Like, years I knew these streets, but I no longer know them anymore. Like she said, she didn't know herself until somebody had to tell her, this is what you have to do to survive in prison. Because if you don't, and you keep crying, you're going to end up getting dealt with in a way that you don't want to get dealt with. So you got to learn how to, like I said, you got to separate it. I had a girlfriend that I had to tell her, go on with her life. It was my girlfriend for 4.5 years. We was thinking about getting married. Now, how can you tell somebody you love to leave you alone? I got a capital life sentence. I got to do 40 years, day per day, before I'm able to make parole. Would it be fair for me to tell her to sit and wait for me for 40 years, knowing she's young, she can marry, she can have kids, she can have a bright future? But telling someone that you love more than almost the way you love yourself to leave you, that's a hurt feeling. But you gotta turn those feelings off in prison, because one day you're here, and then the next day, like the song say, you can be gone.
And the last thing for me is family. And I have to make this known because my kids suffered, my babies suffered while I was gone. My daughter was abused by a stepmom, and just last year, my daughter was trying to commit suicide. She was trying to hang herself because of the depression. It's deeper than just what you see. The whole family is traumatized. And so, just continue to pray for me on that. We're still dealing with things. She's majorly depressed. She still goes through things. So all of that behind a lie, all of that behind somebody just being untruthful, and you don't know what you're taking somebody through. So I commend people, if you're trying to be an attorney, if this is something you want to do, but do know that there's an ugly side to this. It's a whole nother, being wrongfully convicted. You're taking more than just, they're taking more than just what you see. And this thing is generational. It's generational. But we're still standing.
Trust me, being wrongfully convicted hits much harder than going to prison for a crime you committed. It hits totally different, and it feels different. Every day laying in that bed knowing you're innocent, but you got to wake up and looking in that mirror knowing you're guilty.
And it's not a bed. Don't make her think it was something.
No. but I'm quite sure on the TV show they see. It's not, they know it's not a sleep comfort bed we sleeping in. It's not a pillow top. It's not a California king. It's a 6x9 cell with you and the cellmate. And it's so small that you and your cellmate can't be on the floor at the same time.
Did your families believe you?
Yes.
Well, you know, I'm not going to say yes for everybody, because a lot of times family members may have in back of their mind, could he actually have committed this crime? Because you never know how they feel. Now, my mama knew she raised her, she raised her son right and properly, but in back of somebody else's mind, like, he may have did it. Because if he didn't do it, why is he in prison?
I have a question for you. If you see a cop on TV, do you believe they've done something wrong? No. Okay. Well, how many people here believe that? When you see a police officer convicted on TV being charged with a crime or anything, do you believe it? Just be honest. Yeah, be honest. You believe it. You believe it. Just be honest. And that's what we tell people. We try people in the public. You see these DAs get on TV and they start talking about a case. What they're doing is setting up a jury mind already. They don't know who's going to be a jury, but this is to get it out there. They're trying you in the public. This can happen to anybody sitting in here. This can happen to any one of your loved ones, and it is happening today. We have that same thing going on right now in our district attorney's office. We have cases that are on TV, and the first thing we think, they had to do it. They guilty. Yeah. I'm not going to name any cases right now, but we have a case going right, a couple right now. I look at it different than you. I'm looking at TV like, you're trying this person in the public. And the first thing we believe, because Derek Chauvin did it, he put his knee on George Floyd, and all police officers, blah, blah. It's an election year. Yeah. I want y'all to all remember this. It's an election year. And in an election year, they need a case. They need to put a case on TV to get attention. Hey, I'm trying the football player, the football star. Oh, I'm going to run for Senate. Look up, just check it out. It's all the setup. And most of the time, it's people that look like us. Or you got a title. You gotta really do your research on stuff. You cannot believe just because you see a black man's face, stand up there, he cop murder. Oh, he did. Stop. We've got to stop that. We all have to stop that. Because the setup is in it. I couldn't have told you this if I had not gone through this. If I had not witnessed prosecutorial misconduct for myself. I'm standing up in trial, waiting for the judge to walk. He walks in, we stand up, and I just happen to look over on the DA's desk, on the desk right over, a book, How to Win Over a Jury. What the hell you need a book that says how to win a jury over for? Because it's a game. It's a strategic game. They play on jurors' emotion, and if you're a person here right now that's being a juror, been called to be a juror, you need to know this. The fix is already in. There's so many things that's happening behind the scenes that you don't see until you walk in that. And then you're like, what? And I know they can't do that. No, they can't. I know I'm innocent. I wasn't there. A lie. And they're going to laugh at you. I don't know if y'all ever heard the saying, they can indict a ham sandwich. Yeah, you can indict a ham sandwich. You know why? Because when you go into the grand jury pool, the DA is sitting here, and the investigators, and you're sitting here looking at the grand jury, think, okay, yeah, I'm going to tell my story. And you got an attorney telling you, plead the fifth. Well, if I plead the fifth, that means I'm guilty. No, plead the fifth. Well, I didn't know what that meant. Why was so significant for me to plead the fifth when I go in there and say I'm not speaking? It's because the DA was waiting for me to say something else so she could put some more charges on me.
And I always understand this, when you're dealing with grand jury, the only persons that's in that grand jury is the prosecutor and the jury panel. And you. Your attorney is not allowed to be in there to represent you. So the grand jury can just hear what the prosecution has to say. And that's how indictments get sent down where you go to trial. Because if you don't have no defense in there, we can say anything we want to say, and the grand jury is going to go through.
Mm-hmm. Right. Thank you. Thank you. You left us with a lot to think about with your stories and a lot of words of wisdom, especially for these younger folks in the audience. So I don't know if our therapist had any last words before we get into questions. No? Yeah. You all said enough. Okay. So I know that there has to be a couple questions in the audience, so I can just turn over the mic, and if you have a question, just come up front.
I don't have a question, Miss Tracy, but what I want to do is tell you thank you. Because a couple of months ago, my child was released from prison. Well, city jail, but Texarkana, Texas. And he made it home. And I found myself in there policing him. And I was wondering where the disconnect came from. And the disconnect was because I didn't trust him. And I kept asking him, what is wrong with you? But it wasn't nothing wrong with him. The problem was me. Because I had to learn how to reconnect to him. And what he had done was reconnected from me. Right? So a couple of months that did go on, I had to let him warm back up to us because he no longer lived in our world and we was no longer in his. So thank you for sharing that with us today because it is important, families, and for the youth to understand what's happening out here in our society and the change in the charge that we need to take to legislators so they can correct some of this for us. Because if not, then next month it might be me, it could be you, or somebody else you love.
Tracy, well, I want to say my father was wrong convicted, so Tracy, my question to you is, I heard your story, you have a fabulous story, and I know emotionally you're still impacted and affected by this, but have you been able to face your co-defendants in this case, and what have you been able to look at them in their eyes to see them since you've been home?
I've only talked to one person, and I lost friends behind this. The person that was charged with me, I'm not going to call her name, but if you put the case, her face is right there. She called me and she said that all our charges was dropped. Once they had you convicted, everybody else's charges was dropped.
My. Tracy, you have such a powerful story, and what you share with us today, I want you to continue to share this, and I want everybody, I'm not on social media, but if anybody else, especially these young kids, anybody on social media, just do hashtag Tracy Brown, because you have Tracy Bell. You have an awesome story. Mr. Scott, I heard your story, I read your, listened to your podcast. I know that you mentioned that your girlfriend was impacted, your kids. Now, how old were your kids when you was incarcerated?
4 and 5 years old.
And how are your kids now?
Well, actually, one of them is in prison. You know, I'm glad you mentioned that because he told me, like, if this wouldn't have never happened to you, I wouldn't have never went to prison. Because he said, once you left, who else did I have? So it impacts the family a whole lot. But now, you know, I go see him regular. His discharge date is January the 15th. He got about almost 90 days left in prison. I've been raising his son. You know, ever since he went in, my grandson is 9 now. I've been having him ever since he was 8. And I didn't want that kid to fall victim like my son fell victim. So I took it up on myself that it was my responsibility to raise my grandson, and that's what I'm doing. My youngest son, he's doing great. You know, the hardest thing was, like we say, the disconnect. You got to reconnect with your kids. Because when I got out, my kids was grown. So it's like, it's nothing I really could tell them. Yeah. But the only thing I could show them was like, I got to lead by example. I'm not telling you to be like me. I'm not telling you to follow me. But just watch me. And that made a big difference in his life.
Thank you for sharing that, Chris. And also, Tracy, I know that you said about your children. How old were your children when you was incarcerated?
Thank you for that question. I think, and just being honest with you, my memory is, because of the trauma, I have a lot of memory. Times I forget things, and so if I'm incorrect with this, it's because of that. So forgive me. I think my son was, my oldest son, maybe he was about to be 10. Because I got convicted on September the 10th. His birthday was the 30th, and he was about to be 10, so my daughter would have been about to be 9, and my youngest kid was like 6. And they were babies, like.
And today, your kids are very supportive of you and the things that you've been through. And I know that you are a strong black woman, and I just want to continue to encourage you to stay strong and to know that your day is coming for justice, okay?
Amen. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Dion. I'm a criminal defense attorney here in the state of Texas. I work in the courts a lot, obviously. I just want to make a couple comments. I have condolences towards your stories. I have a big incentive to keep people out of prison. I pride myself in being able to do that the majority of the time when I represent individuals. But one thing, and obviously your position may be different, I do think you need people like us in law enforcement, in the public defender's office and district attorney's office, because through experience, I know when I walk into court, if it's a black prosecutor, that's who 9 times out of 10 I'm gonna go to trying to resolve my client's case. And nobody's perfect. Everybody has their own biases and imperfections when they're in the courtroom, but I can get a lot of times I can get a lot further with that. And another thing on contrast, I work in Jackson County also. I don't know if anybody knows where that is. 59 South, going towards Victoria. Very conservative county, to say the least. And one of the reasons I work there is because there's a lot of bias. And I feel that my services are needed there, and it helps. So, just wanted to say that. But I think in the grand scheme of things, I think black people We get frustrated and disenfranchised with the political system, but you're not going to change the system by opposing it. You have to infiltrate it and change it from within, because you look at just real basic example. When you're a defendant, it's you versus the state of Texas. So I don't think any one of us individually can defeat the state of Texas. But as a collective, you know, you're a part of the state of Texas, and if you participate in the system, it'll have a little more fair, non-biased outcome. But all that to say, I know there's biases as well. One of my biggest incentives, because I'll be honest, when I represent a person, if you're driving down the street and you got dope in your pocket, you're guilty. Right, you're guilty. But what my incentive or my motivation to work is a cop, you know, the reason for the stop, how he conducts the stop, does he violate your civil rights, is it illegal search? Those are things you could fight with. But you know, like I said, if you're riding with the dope in your pocket, you're dirty. But fighting the crooked cop or the dirty prosecutor is a little different argument.
So my comment is this, and my thought process is, okay, I had something in my pocket. You pulled me over.
Right.
Does everything require jail? Does everything require going to prison? There are other alternatives.
Instead of a plea bargain.
Instead of a plea bargain, or, you know, I got caught with a little piece of weed. Well, 15 years, come on. So my thing is this: there has to be an in between for you have not to go to the DA. There should be something else in place before you have to go to the DA. Say, hey, let's look at this guy. Let's look at this person's overall life. Who is this person hurting? If that person want to smoke dope, they hurting themselves. It just, the law say we can't smoke dope. But that's that person, that own person's individual preference of what they want to do. Now, yeah, okay, so we made it illegal. We've made it illegal, but is it illegal to him? I can't tell this person what to put in their body. Okay, so my thing, do we need to get you help? Is there any kind of rehabilitation for this? Why does every time we go into the court, is a jail sentence is attached to everything we do?
Instead of prevention.
Prevention.
Well, I would say,
and I'm not fussing at you, but I'm just saying that's what I'm saying. I'm just saying we have to start looking at, okay, that's on you. I'm not talking about you, but when people say that's on you, okay, guess what? So what, that's on me, but help me.
And I agree. I mean, I think...
Where's the compassion? Where are we at?
I was speaking with a coworker, and we were outside the criminal court building, and you know, they're building a new courthouse. They remodel the courthouse about every 2 years, about the past 10 years, if you notice where your tax dollars are going. But there's a trend. Every county I go to, the new courthouses are what? Criminal courthouses. Because that's where all the volume in the courts is going through the criminal system. And Revelation, you can't get away with as many crimes as you could get away with 30 years ago because of the technology. And the overflow in the courts is a reflection of that. But I agree that the biggest issue, most of the issues with people in courts are social issues, which should not be addressed in the courts. But they have some activity that they've labeled you illegal, that they've arrested you for. But unless you address the social or environmental issues, you're going to continue to fall into the same traps. And I fully agree with that.
Just like that judge stated, how she wake up in the morning and would change a bond. Like, we see, when things like that happen, it always starts where? From the top. It always starts from the top. Now, that bond that was set may be the only bond that my family can afford. And this could have been a bond for this guy's first offense. And since you felt like it wasn't high enough, I'm going to jack it up to make it where you can't make bond. My bond was $1 million, capital murder. They knew it was no way I could make $1 million bond. And what that led to? You going to trial. But like you said, if you don't have compassion in our criminal justice system, then something is missing. That DA, the African-American DA that was elected in 2006, he had compassion because he knew it was a lot of men and women that was wrongfully convicted that needed to be out with their family. If we don't have compassion in our criminal justice system, then it's gonna forever be the way it is right now. That judge shouldn't be able to make a choice of her not feeling like this bond is high. That's wrong. And they wonder why these are our elected officials. Stop electing people because they look like you.
Well, let me
Don't
say
elect
this.
them like that. You gotta elect them because of the job that they're doing.
No, you're right. But and the other thing I'll say is, and I think every person in the courtroom falls. First of all, everybody in that courtroom is eating off of the defendant.
For sure.
Everybody in there, and it's 12 people. That courtroom each courtroom probably spends $500,000 a year to maintain that courtroom. And the other thing, everybody working in the courtroom is out for their own self-interest.
Exactly.
The judge,
Exactly.
the prosecutors, the defense attorneys, bailiffs around the clock. But that's it. I thank you.
And I had a judge. I just want to explain it. When I started, the election hadn't happened. Obama was running for president. I had a Republican judge, Judge Bridgewater. I will call his name because I think, I'm going to call his name because he was a good judge. Old white guy, was not letting the DA do all of the things she was trying to do to me. And he said, no, we're not doing that. We had the election. Obama won, and all the Democrat judges got in. I'm not talking about Democrat judges because all of them not like this, but the Democrat judges got in. I had a Hispanic judge that took over. Judge Bridgewater was gone. Terrible. He let that DA flounce around and wear her little short skirt and laugh and kiki and caca in his face. I'm watching all this go down. Like, this is all the game, right? So it's not about the skin color, like his brother say. It's about who's going to get the job done. So we have to vet people. Just because if we ever saying all skin folk ain't kin folk. And they're not. And so I can't be coming in here telling, oh, because she's a black. I don't care what color she is. I'm about to check your record, what was coming out your mouth, because I saw it firsthand and I experienced it. So we have to stop thinking that everything that look like us is the right thing, We have to do research. We have to vet people.
And she wondered why she was in trouble.
Just saying, once you've been through what we don't have no filters about it anymore. You can't, the only thing you can do to me and this man right here is put us in the ground and go and have our funeral because we've gone through the thing that they call hell on earth. You cannot do anything else to us but that. And because we don't fear that.
Thank you. Yeah.
So, I wanted to ask, how did being in those rooms when they were telling you your verdict, how did you process that in the moment? Because I know that can be a very scary moment, being feeling like you're by yourself or no one's there for you.
I had an out-of-body experience. I was standing, they asked me to stand for the verdict. I just knew I was gonna hear the words not guilty. I had literally had some work I had planned that evening that I was gonna do for some schools. And when I heard the word guilty, I literally, and it's so the truth, great question, I literally went out of my body and I was in the air watching myself. Mm-hmm. I had an out-of-body experience. And I didn't pass out, but I blanked out and I was not there. I left, my spirit had left my natural body because all I could see then was everything I see on TV, right? Jails, people hitting the thing with the, I'm about to go into, and that's a whole nother level of trauma.
For me, I already knew I was going to be found guilty. I went in the courtroom knowing that because I saw how the deck was stacked against me. My whole thing was just don't kill me.
Did you feel like you gave up?
No, it wasn't about giving up. It's about when you're walking into a situation where you know it's a no-win situation, you got to prepare yourself for that moment. And that moment was already prepared for me. I knew I was going to be found guilty, but the best thing she didn't do was sentence me to death. And that right there, I knew eventually I had a chance to get my freedom back. And I got my freedom back.
Yes. And did you feel like a sense of resentment against the what we're already in, the system that we're in now?
You a great question answer. And I'm gonna go back to the resentment because it's a great question because people were like, see, you know, you trying to defend these people and people not defending you, and you know, and I thought about the lady who was getting beat by the flashlight, and I thought about her 2 kids, and I thought about a lot of things, and a lot of guilt overtook me, and I still deal with that guilt, sense of guilt. Like, why you just didn't go with everybody else and plead and say, hey, it didn't happen? Why you just didn't do? And that was why I was in prison hitting myself. That's why I started hitting myself, because of that. Those thought processes was coming to my mind. Like, you just had to go with the police. Just do it. You just could have just said what they wanted you to say. And still been a police officer riding around making $100,000 a year. Yes, they make a lot of money. And, you know, and that was back when I was a cop. Yeah, they do. And so that's why I said down here asking for raises and asking for more money, but you make good money on extra jobs. But so I'm thinking about all the things that I lost. So yes, it was a sense of guilt that it's a feeling, it overtakes you. It makes you feel like you're just the worst person in the world.
And do you feel like you forgave the people who did this to you?
Somebody see you here for real.
It's easy to forgive, but you can't forget. You know what I mean? You can forgive them, but you can't forget. So.
I didn't forgive you. I didn't, because, and he's right, you do have to do that, but I didn't. And I'm just being transparent with everybody in here. I want to say that I'm there. I want to tell you that I really do, and I really want to feel that way, because I know forgiveness is so strong, and it's the best thing that I can do, and I am in the process, and I do forgive, and I have forgiven, but I'm not going to tell you that it happened like
overnight.
Yeah, it was a process, and so yeah, it's a difficult process. I'm not going to sit here and tell you that, but God and me knowing what Jesus went through, and that's me. That's my life. That's my belief. I had to look at it and say, oh, wow, who am I? But, yes, it's a long process, and I am there with that because I can laugh about it. You know, I can look back and say some things are better, but it is a process. I'm not going to sit here and play with y'all. It's been a process.
Thank you.
Thank you. Right. Thank you. Okay. Thank you. All right, so we have, yeah.
All right, this is, we might have to buy some more time, because this has just really been really amazing. And someone told me that your day is going to be good. And so my day has been good. So we're going to give our certificates. We can't give $1 million apiece, but we can give you a paper that says we appreciate you. So go ahead.
I need you guys all to stand, and I'll get you guys together for a photo. Need you to swoosh in. Come on, like sardines. Come on, stop the angel. No. Step back and forward. Okay, I can't get you two. Y'all gotta swoosh in. Swoosh in. Come on, Dr. Knight, swoosh in. Come on back around where you were. Oh, just turn, William. There you go. Doctor, push on over. There you go. She ain't gonna bite you. You don't know y'all former co-workers. Okay, here we go. 1, 2, 3. Smile. Oh, wait a minute, guys. I had that on video. Okay. There we go. Smile. That's still on video. Thank you. Them young folks can see. There we go. One more time. Let me get a good one. Smile. One more time. Smile. Thanks, guys. So we're going to do the giveaway.
Yeah, we're going to do a quick giveaway. With the time pushing, we want
wanna definitely dig into our juvenile justice system, and we have some phenomenal panelists as well as the moderator, and so, stick around. Oh, Dr. Okay, we're about to do the giveaway. You wanna do the Yes.
So this is number 3994233.
All right.
Let me get the camera.
Can you hop on in there? Did you pull the ticket? Oh, will you be, okay, look over here. All right. Thank you so much, ma'am.
All right.
Here's the last giveaway. Hold on, guys, got one giveaway.
3994230. Uh, 4230.
4230.
All right. 3994223. All right.
Ready to get, yes. Let's go into our next panel. Our next panel is juvenile justice. Mr. Percy Kennedy, you good? Okay. Damien, uh-huh. Oh, yeah, our third. Okay, yeah. Okay, we need some. Okay, we're ready to get started, and so we have on our panel, our moderator is Miss Savannah. Appreciate her stepping in, and so she's our moderator. Then we have our therapist, Mrs. Erica Anderson, and we have Latrice St. Jewel, our panelist, Damian Walker, Percy Kennedy, and Alfredo Alberto. So we're off.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Savannah Eldridge. I'm founder and executive director of an organization called Be Frank for Justice. And we service families impacted by the criminal justice system in all levels and areas. I'm happy to be joined today by this prestigious panel. So we'll just jump right into it. Basically, actually, our Texas Juvenile Justice Department is currently under investigation related to 5 of its secure facilities and the conditions under which the children are being held there. So we should definitely start there. But I want to start first with Damian Walker. Damian, specifically, if you can tell us about your story. I'm very familiar with Damian's story, but it's unique because he is the founder of Cognitive Justice International, but he's also entered the justice system during the time where, during the tough on crime era. So I want you to talk about how that experience led you to do the great work that you're doing in the community today.
Thank you, Savannah. Thank you, Ms. Daphne, and everybody here. At the age of 16, I was arrested for 4 aggravated robberies that I didn't do, and then I did a burglary of a habitation. The guy jumped on my brother. I retaliated and shot up a house at the age of 16. So arrested. This is my second charge. I had previously I had a high-speed chase that I did. A guy stole a car, and I was scared, and I used to sell drugs, so I stole the car from the guy that stole the car. So I'm not gonna steal it, but I'm gonna steal it from you when you stole it, right? I ended up having a high-speed chase, caught 11 felonies. So at the age of 16, I had 16 felonies. I was certified as an adult. So at 17, I turned 17 in juvenile, certified as an adult, which means I went from the juvenile courts to the adult courts because they felt they couldn't work in my cases. Certified as an adult, getting ready to go to trial. They were offering me like 60 years or something like that, but they said if I went to trial and I got convicted, it would be like 100 and 150 years. I'm 17. My mother said, and my grandmother said, who my grandmother was the first black principal on the affluent side of town in San Antonio. She said, Damon, I won't be alive if you get 100 years or 150 years. So I later signed for 25 years. Again, being scared, being considered a super predator. But when I got my records, when I started fighting my cases years later, I had signed for 5 25-year sentences run concurrent. So I had 125 years, but they were all run concurrent. Long story short, my grandmother passed away, my mother passed away, my grandpa passed away while I was in prison. When I was released to a halfway house. I got a degree in jail, got a degree when I came home from the University of Houston. And I think some of the things that Savannah briefly mentioned is that one of the main things is that everybody up here talking about, I didn't know that I was a super predator. I didn't know that research was done against me, and the United States government and other places were taking this research to say you're a super predator, you're one of the worst people in America. And so when I went through the juvenile justice system, I was treated as a super predator, and I didn't know. When I was certified as an adult, I was treated as that. When I went through Harris County Jail, when I got to TDC at 17, I was 17 in prison in TDC. When I got out on parole, I did 17 years. So from 16 to 33, I was incarcerated. When I was on parole, I was treated as a super predator. And you don't know these things. So right now, I tell people, one of the most significant things I can say is that your kids, your community, research is being done on them right now. Research is being done on them right now that'll be enacted against them and against you because research is being done on you and your families right now. And so you have to be able to, again, vote like they said and protect yourself. I was able to work at the Public Defender's Office, the same place that I was convicted and pled guilty of. I worked there. I currently have another Harris County position, community coordinator for the Violence Interruption Program. I'm not here representing that, but that's just to say that a person that did 17 years could not only work at the same place he was convicted at for Harris County, the #1 plea mill in America. While all the pleas came, #1 in America. And I worked for that place, and then also was able to get another county position and do some work. I founded my own organization, Cognitive Justice International, where we focus on justice issues, and those issues lately have been training organizations. So I'm being able to train some of the biggest civil rights organizations in Texas lately on how to deal with the population that you say you want to represent, and also teach the population on how to adjust back to society. So that's my spiel, I guess. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Damien. You brought up a great point about educating people about representing a population that they say they would like to help. And we have several experts here who are represent community-based organizations. So I'll start down at the end with Alfredo, excuse me. Alfredo, you are the community health and extension agent for Prairie View A&M University, and you serve Harris County. Can you tell us a little bit about what your program does for the youth community?
Yes, and first I wanted just to start off by saying thank you for the invitation. So what we do is essentially, just to be quick, is mentorship on many levels, in the elementary school levels, middle school levels, and to high school levels. I do teach parenting and money management, but my focus and my passion and my purpose, as I tell my students, is the promise I made when I was 14 years of age that I would never forget how it was to be a teenager. And so with that promise that I've been keeping for many years, I've been finding myself in this arena since 2004, because again, it is my passion and I made that promise. So what we do is teach them career character development, career readiness. I tell my students from 3rd grade to 12th grade that they have a purpose. They are the difference makers. They are the trailblazers. And so just that voice to let them know when they just have just no one, I don't know what they've gone through, or I know what they're going through, but just the fact that they make it there to even be in the classroom is more than enough sometimes for some of those students, even the teachers that are already overwhelmed and overworked. So that's a little bit about what I do.
Thank you. I'll come down here because I know Erica, you're a licensed counselor. Can you talk to us about some of the services that you provide for youth and maybe some of the changes that you've seen, especially since COVID-19?
I am a clinical therapist who's certified in trauma. What I have seen since the pandemic, we're still in the pandemic, even though we're not wearing masks, but people are still catching COVID, people are still dying from COVID. 1 in every 4 persons has or will experience a major depressive episode. So depression has increased since COVID. Everyone in this room has experienced something regarding COVID. You know someone who caught COVID, you know someone who died from COVID. If you don't know someone, you know someone who knows someone. So mental health issues and challenges are on the rise, and we are not speaking about them. Specifically, so many of us are suffering in silence. We were having multiple conversations in the green room that for Black women, and I can't speak to any other race because I am not of that, but I am a Black woman, we are taught that we are to be strong. Yeah. And in our strength, we are to deal with any and everything that comes our way, anything that we run into. So when you are wearing this mantle of strength, you're not able to be vulnerable. So if I'm not vulnerable, I can't come to you and say that I need help, because strong people don't need help. Superman doesn't need help from anybody. So we have to pull back from this, we are so strong, so that we can ask for help. Some other people are suffering, and that is Black men. Black men, the numbers for Black men are increasing who are suffering from mental health issues, who are suffering from depression, because men are told to man up. And in you manning up, you're not telling anyone what is going on with you internally, because real men don't do that. Real men don't cry, don't express their feelings. You can't, because you're manning up. So Houston, we have a problem. You manning up, I'm Superwoman. And we were just speaking about the prison, the school to prison pipeline. That starts in pre-K. The data starts in pre-K. I used to be a pre-K teacher. Children who are in pre-K are 4 years old. I want that to resonate with you, that we are taking information from 4-year-olds and deciding when and how many prisons we are going to build for children who are 4. If that is not scary to you,
Well, thank you for bringing that up, because that's actually a great point about the need for wraparound services for youth. Generally, youth and justice-involved youth have 1 and 2 have a parent who have experienced some type of incarceration, and moreover, folks who have been in foster care and been through 3 to 5 placements have a 90% chance of entering the criminal justice system. And so I want to move down to Percy Kennedy. Can you tell us about your mentorship program, Voice for the Fatherless, and the services that you provide for incarcerated dads?
So Voices of Fatherless is a mentoring program where we work with incarcerated dads while they're in prison. And the whole goal is to connect them with their children while they're in prison, so when they get out, they don't lose that disconnection and they don't come home to a stranger. Also, what happens is that children of incarcerated parents, their risk of incarceration is 7 times greater than a child that does not have a parent in prison. So the dads that go through this program, they learn, first of all, that they matter. Many of them lost hope, never even thought that they could have a relationship or make an influence with their child while they're in prison. And we share with them, because you're incarcerated, that does not relieve you of your responsibility or your ability or your level of influence while you're incarcerated. Many of these men, more than 85% of them, grew up without a father. So them growing up without a father, now they've placed their children in the same position of being raised and brought up without a father. And so through this program, they learn skills, first of all, how to overcome and address their issues, of their own fatherless issues, because 85% of incarcerated men come from a fatherless home. So think about that. That's a huge number. 85% of incarcerated men grew up without a father. And these same men now are fathers, and they're in prison, and their children, if they don't get involved and engaged in their life, are likely to end up in the same place. More than once, I've heard stories. This guy said, yes, I met my dad, because I was in prison. This guy walked up to me and said, hi, I'm your father. And that was the first time he met his dad. So that's what we do. We work with men, work with dads, and one of the processes is that they write a letter to their children, being very transparent and vulnerable, explaining to their child the mistakes that they made in an effort and an attempt to prevent their child from following in their same footstep. And we've seen some amazing things come out of this project. And these letters are now part of a book, and the title of the book is called Voices of the Fatherless. It's not a commercial for a book, but it's on Amazon. They said there's 5 things. They said, I wish I would have learned, I wish I would have known when I was 4, when I was 5. And that's number 1, faith. Number 2, their friendship matters. Number 3, respect for authority. Number 4, expressing their emotions in a healthy way. And they wish someone would have taught them the value of the importance of education. So these letters from incarcerated dads, as you mentioned earlier, is aimed at breaking the school-to-prison pipeline. Because we want to use this book, which was written by men who were incarcerated, to put it in the hands of their children and put it in the hands of young people so they can begin to understand very early on. Many of these kids had no idea that they were in the school-to-prison pipeline. We need to educate our young people, the system, so they can understand the value and the responsibility and the power they have not to get sucked up into the system.
Thank you. That's a great segue into Latricia St. Jules. Latricia is the Parent Engagement Specialist for the Harris County Juvenile Probation Department.
Latricia, can you tell us about the program that you run and how you're working toward a holistic approach to assisting juveniles go through the probation system? Well, first of all, it's not a program. I was actually placed in this position to come back and help support other parents or caregivers of children that's involved in the system. And when I say support them, it's to help them understand the process that they're going to go through with their youth. A lot of times they put us in those spaces and nobody tells us anything, kind of like being a parent, right? And so I had to learn as a mother how to navigate and help my son because the people that were put in charge of us wasn't helping me. I was given what they called a parent partner when me and my child went through this same system that did no help. I had a therapist who didn't believe anything that I said. She resonated with my son. And the reason being is because how could I be a good parent but my child was sitting here? And so we had to go back and to the drawing board. I had to tell her, run it back. That's what the young people say. We're going to run this back. And I had to let her know who I was and the principles that I stood on and the morals that we had at home as a family. I had never been incarcerated, right? My son's father wasn't there, but I was blessed to have a man that came into our life and showed us what a father was supposed to be and what a husband or a man was supposed to do or be in a woman's life if he cared about a child. And so we built together. But moving forward back into this juvenile justice center, that's the foundation we have to have as a family, right? Family is first. They put me in this place or this position to help other parents. A lot of times we come there, we're angry, we're upset. Nobody's telling us or showing us anything. And then you're telling me that you're going to take my child from me and you're going to certify him, right? Because now we got all these super predators out here. And that's not the case. The thing is, if we can't get to the core of the problem to see what's happening, how can we assist our children? And so with the position that I'm in, when I see the parents or the caregivers or whomever that come in, we call them 10-10s. I had to learn all of this. What was a 10-10? A 10-10 is their first interaction in our system. And the first interaction within our system is intake. And in intake, they ask all of these questions. And those questions are pretty much basically used against the parent. And they determine if they're going to remain detained or they're going to be released. And the lingo that's used or the wording that's put in place, almost like it snatched your soul out of you. Because they're telling you, you can't provide suitable supervision or you're not a proper parent. But yet they take our kids and there's no real rehabilitation in there. And it's no love, it's no empathy being shown. They, like they said earlier, they make the disconnect. So when we're supposed to be loving on our children and showing them the better, we're putting them in places where the disconnect is starting at a young age, right? And so I like being there with them and talking to them and letting them know that there's no bad parenting. It was a 5-second decision that put them in this situation, but we could change the narrative. And changing that narrative is going before the legislature and letting parents know that we don't have to empower each other. We already have the power. The power is us coming together in full capacity to go before these people and let them know what we're experiencing. I can sit on this front row and I cry all the time. Damien knows it. And those tears are tears of joy and tears of sorrow. The tears of joy is because I know that we can overcome. And the sorrow comes for the system that's steady suppressing us, right? We have to meet our children where they're at. The way that you may be parented your children, or how my grandmother parented me, or maybe you, Sherelle, you're a little younger than I am, it no longer exists, right? So we have to meet them where they at. That's a real term, meeting them where they at. We have to understand because they're suffering from depression, they're suffering from mental illnesses, and they don't even know how to cope with this world we're living in because we don't. Everything has changed tremendously. But I like to tell parents to keep fighting, keep advocating for your child. because I wouldn't have thought in a million years that I would be working for the same system that impacted my family the most. And if it was anything that I could probably go back and change, I'm not going to say that I would, because God gave me this voice to come back and help those that's unseen and unheard. And those are the parents that come in and grieve and cry and are fighting the hardest for their children. And if we don't educate and show them how to fight, then they don't know how to. So that's what I stand there for. I try to meet the parents when they walk into that building. I meet them where they at. I ask them, what can we do to help assist them? Or what can I do to help assist you? Instead of telling them what they need to do or how they need to do it. Ask us how we can start from where we're at, the point where we're at. And last but not least, my last charge is to anybody that's sitting in here that's a community-based organization. If you have not partnered with anyone else, partner with some people. Stop letting them divide and conquer us with these RFPs that they put out here in our communities. We need to come together under one umbrella, because if we say we on one accord, and that one accord is to stop the school to prison pipeline, then why are we fighting so hard against one another? I just left Baltimore, Maryland, and it felt so good to be in the presence of other people throughout this country that was on a ceasefire. Violence is a disease, and we have to know how to cure it. And I'm going to take it back. If we put people like me or you, the ones that's been strongly impacted before the legislators, or the ones that's making these rules for us, and let them hear us in real time, then they understand. And then change the narrative. Every time you see a billboard about a broken family or broken home, you see me. You see him. But when they start posting a picture of you, then everybody gonna want to come in and say, what can we do to make this better? Because they don't want it to be you. They want it to be us. So advocate, and for the kids in the back, don't let anybody pressure you into doing something that you don't want to do. You be that leader. You stand up for what you know have been instilled in you that's right. And don't let nobody take it from you, because the one thing they can do is they can take us out of our comfort zone, but they can't take this. So keep advocating and speaking up for any parents that's in here. Stand 10 toes down with your children. And for the CBOs, y'all stand up and show out that funding and the money that's being given to help us with our children in the communities. Those doors shouldn't be shut on us. Those doors need to be bust wide open, because we need help. I'm tired of looking at the nice, pretty brochures, and then when I go to that address and I knock on that door, you telling me I got to sign 1 million papers. You gonna make me relive these wounds, these stab wounds that they done cut me open with, before you can assist me again, instead of asking me, what can I do now? So the time is now.
You have to understand trauma, though, in order to do that. And everyone doesn't understand trauma. So when you do not understand trauma, you function from a different place. You weren't in the back. We were having this discussion in the back that I'm just going to say it, I don't know. She keeps inviting me back, so it must be okay. That all therapists are not created equal. So in the event that you are seeing a therapist, and I'm going somewhere with this, and your therapist does not have a therapist, then I suggest you get a new therapist. And if you are suffering from trauma, and if you live in Texas, you're suffering from trauma. You are suffering from complex trauma, because we were in the height of the pandemic, and then everything went off. It went black. We had the winter freeze, whatever you want to call it. That is complex trauma. During this time, George Floyd was murdered. That's another trauma, So if you are working with people who do not understand trauma, the place in which they function is going to be different, because they don't understand it. And everything we do is based on relationships, be it good, bad, or indifferent. But if you don't have established relationships, the things that we're trying to do, we're not going to be able to do them, because we don't have relationships.
we build them, right?
Yeah.
It's up to us to build them. And that's what I do. When people walk in my building, I build those relationships with them. That's why I said take the charge, even with the CBOs, when the parents go before them. Build a relationship. Don't just ask or collect the signature. They go for even therapists, anybody that you're servicing. A pastor is a therapist. You a therapist.
No, ma'am.
Yeah, yes,
No,
it
ma'am.
is.
That's a listening ear. Coaching and therapy, two different things. The training that I have, unless your pastor is licensed by the state of Texas to have gone through 3,000 clinical psych hours, no. Because I've seen many commercials. Oh, you're depressed, just get over it. There's somebody who is dealing with something worse than you. See, that is why I am here on a daily basis to set the record straight on what is. That is coaching. Anybody can coach, but anybody cannot provide therapy because I have been trained to do this. The modalities in which that I am going to use with someone who has experienced trauma is different than someone. I am also a trauma-trained therapist. So I'm not just a therapist, and I'm not God. I do not know everything. But I have been trained to handle situations and to know how to, what questions to ask. Should I probe now? Should I not probe now? Coaches, therapy and coaching, two different things. Even, I'm married. My husband and I went to marriage counseling. We didn't go to marriage counseling from the pastor. The pastor married us, but he didn't give us marriage counseling. I went to a trained professional for that.
So, I'm
Let's
finna run it back. It doesn't matter if you trained. Just because you trained don't mean you credible, right? Because they got some things out here they call them credible.
That's different. That's culturally competent.
Respect my time. I respected you. Okay. Just because we don't think alike, and I might not be certified, that don't mean that I can't help somebody else. Because a lot of times we send our families and we send our kids to therapists that ain't doing nothing for them. Amen. Right? So you can't sit here and tell me or tell her or tell him or whomever that because we don't have that certification, those letters behind our names, that we can't make a difference, because we can.
That's not what I was saying.
Pretty much. When you said that you have to be certified or you have to be a therapist or everybody can't do it, it does not take 3 letters or a degree behind your name to say that you can't counsel or help the next person. I'm done.
In the interest of time, I think we need to switch gears.
Give me 2 minutes.
Back to.
So no. You can help. That's like coaching. But therapy, that's different.
In the interest of time, we're going to switch back. This is our panel for youth justice. And I do want to...
Because if we don't walk and talk in our truth, and they steady telling us what we need, instead of coming in, you got to meet the people where they at. I don't care about your degree. You can't tell me how to be a parent, or you can't tell me that
I didn't say you were a bad parent.
No. I say you can't tell me you can't tell me that I can't be therapeutic to somebody else.
Being therapeutic, yes. Being helpful.
I can't counsel someone else, right? Because I don't have the letters behind my name.
I never said.
Not the truth of it. That's just like you sitting here like that judge just sat up here earlier and said that when she wake up, if somebody done gave a lower bond and she wake up, she higher the stakes of it, right? What if she's having a bad day? Then you gonna make your judgment off of how you feel, and then this family over here is gonna suffer. We know.
No, you have to leave your personal stuff at the door.
Thank you. Y'all have a good day.
I think what Latricia was trying to say, or what she was saying, was that rehabilitation is multifaceted. So a degree is not required to counsel someone.
No. What I'm saying, and I'm sorry, I don't know what she was saying. What I'm saying is coaching is different.
Right.
So there are teachers who are in the classroom whose parents don't want them in the classroom if they're not certified to teach. So you can coach, anybody can coach somebody, but if you are depressed You want someone who is trained in the DSM-5 to assist you, who knows about what treatments you need. So a coach can't do that. But yes, if you're feeling sad and you're telling me you're feeling sad, I can coach you and tell you you need to go talk to somebody who can help you.
Speaking
That
of
is trained.
coaching, Alfredo actually provides character development with his program. Can you tell us a little bit about your character development program and mentorship?
All right.
For the youth.
For the youth, yes, for youth. So I make the impact where the impact can be made, right? So I meet the need where the need is, and I make sure that for the students, when they need a mentor, we provide that kind of mentorship, or I provide that type of mentorship. And there's two tracks, right? So I do the discipleship or a mentorship, which is two different things. And so with that, we meet the student where the student is. If they're wanting and needing of, where, like some help, assistance, we're there, 100%, right? But when the time ends, then we move on, So there is a season for it. Yeah, so that's the type of coaching we provide.
Let me move to Damien. So Damien, at the time when you were incarcerated, there was a 71% increase in certifying juveniles as adults. And one thing that's been established, I think, in all realms is that education, as Mr. Kennedy said, pretty much is the pathway to freedom, right? And I know that you were able to get a degree while you were incarcerated. So what role did your getting an education play in your rehabilitation?
So the reason that I got an education was because most of my family had master's degrees. And I was sitting in visitation one day with my grandpa, who again I would give honor to them. He was the first ever ROCT professor at UTSA, Major Marvin Kennedy. And one thing that I had an issue, I was elected in prison as the second ever Toastmaster president. We were getting ready to do Toastmasters. There was one group before us, and my group came up. And the first group was all the guys who had went to college before they got locked up, the guys that were pastors, and all the good people, the military guys. So when it's time for my group to come up, we were the guys that got certified. We still was gambling in prison. We were hustling. We were doing everything in prison still. So now you got this one group of nice-looking prisoners. Then you got this other group. We still rough around the edges. And I got elected as president at the age of 24. Now, remember, I'm locked up at 16. So this is my first ever leadership position. But the guys believed in me and they voted me. And I was at visitation crying my grandma and my grandpa. And I was like, man, this is difficult. And I literally had tears. And again, my grandpa passed away. But when he told me this was the most powerful thing. At this point, anybody told me, he said, look at what stock you came from. He went through my uncle, who was a Marine and trained Marines. He went through my other uncle, who was a running back for Texas Longhorns. He went through my aunts who ran budget for Lackland and Randolph Air Force Base. So he showed me who I was without saying this is who you are, but this is who you can become because this is who your people is. So when I got the degree from Alvin Community College, I got out and I got a degree from University of Houston, broadcast journalism degree, and did a couple of other things. The role that education played for me was leveling the playing field. And that's college-wise, right? I have a GPS monitor for 2 years after I was released. I'm at University of Houston, main campus, with a GPS monitor in my backpack and one on my ankle. I'm reporting to parole every week because I'm under the highest supervision that you can have, right? I didn't have a murder case or anything. I'm under the highest supervision. So being on the college campus at the University of Houston allowed me to adjust back to society. And I wouldn't have had that opportunity if I hadn't went to the University of Houston. But the other thing I want to submit, and before I give it to Mike, I had a guy that I was locked up with. His father, he's from Fifth Ward. His father's from Fifth Ward. He's from South Park. They had a plumbing business. So he did plumbing. He got certified as an adult. He did plumbing while he was down there. When he came home, he went through the process. He's a master plumber. The guy currently, outstanding plumbing company right now. Just opened up a restaurant. and also has a lounge, and getting ready to open up an apprenticeship school. The people with the trades, again, we were locked up for about 8 years. We slept right by each other. He has a trade, and he makes more money than all the guys. And there's a lot of guys in my circle, and I give it to y'all that got certified as an adults, and Savannah will probably know this here. I mean, these guys are riding around, got locked up at 14, 15, 16. These guys are riding around in Rolls Royces. These guys are living in mansions. These guys have $1 million businesses, certified at 14, 15, 16. Some of them took the trade route. So it's not just the education from college, it's also the entrepreneurial spirit, being able to do trades and understand where you're kind of at in life, at whatever particular point you kind of make your mind to say, I'm going education, I'm going trade, but it's all being able to learn.
Right. Thank you for offering that, because making that transition while you're incarcerated from essentially a boy to a man, it does require to achieve more than a certificate, right, or a degree, right? It's real maturity and, you know, learning life lessons like Tracy was basically testifying that she gained a lot in her relationships with people on the inside. I wanted to ask Mr. Kennedy about your program. You mentioned education opportunities for the fathers who are incarcerated. What type of assistance do you provide for the children of the incarcerated parents' opinion?
I think the greatest thing that we provide the children is a reconnection with their dad, opening up that line of communication. The men that go through our program basically go through a parenting class where they learn childhood development, and we teach them specifically how to communicate with their children where they're at. So at the very day one, they go to the back of the workbook that we utilize, and at the back, it tells them exactly how to communicate from a 0 to 3-year-old, how to communicate to a 4 to a 7. So they major in communication skills based on their child's age. So the greatest gift we give them is the father's skill set to be able to communicate to their child, to their children the same way they are. For example, she's 17 years old. She's not just Noogie Boogie anymore. You don't call her those nicknames. She's a young lady. And so we teach guys, you know, how to communicate with their kids properly and appropriately. The greatest challenge men have is communicating with women. The fathers that have daughters have a hard time communicating with their daughters. So we bring women, moms and daughters, to come to the prison, and they spend time helping the men write a letter that their daughter will accept. So they'll write a letter to their daughter, we'll give it to one of the lady volunteers, she'll read it, it's like, you may want to reword this. And then they help them communicate in a way that's well received. Many times I've had one particular guy, I remember, he came to me in tears, he goes, she wrote me back. He had wrote his daughter for over 5 years, and she never wrote him a letter back. And so she's like, he wrote me back. And so that's a major skill set. And then the last thing, it's a 12-week program. We've been doing this since 2016. When the men graduate from the program, we invite the children to come to a Christmas party. We call that Christmas with Dad. And the kids are able to spend the entire day with their dad and celebrate Christmas. I had an 18-year-old boy walked up to me, and he was really excited. He goes, this is my first time ever having Christmas with my dad, because his dad went in prison when he was 6 years old. And so we give them that gift. We give them their dad equipped. And one of the guys in the room now, Mike, I remember he was part of that very first Christmas party. And Mike, stand up. That's Mike right here. He was one of our very first graduates. And now Mike's getting trained and going back into the prison. He's going to be teaching the same class that we taught to the men in the prison when he was once in. So that's what we're doing.
Thank you. We're going to be opening up for a couple of questions due to time, but I just wanted to close with a statistic really quickly, because in Texas we spend upward of $150,000 to $175,000 per incarcerated juvenile. However, we only spend $10,000 on public education every year per student. So when we talk about community-based organizations and options, I believe that we should start with investing in our children first. So at this time, if anyone has a question, if you want to come up to the mic, we're going to take probably two or
Get up here real quick. I got a brief question for Mr. Daniel Walker. When you said earlier about this trade that individuals pick up and become successful, let's say you have a youngster going through the juvenile system or whatever, and they reach out to you and they ask you, well, I heard my dad, Marco, told me about a story you told about a juvenile certified at 14, and he got out and became successful using the trade. Now, he in his mind, he making up, well, I want to go to college, right? What would you say in a situation that if his mind set on college, but after hearing you say that, he started deviating leaning toward a trade, so he's like at a crossroad between two different successes, but he still have a fear of the unknown.
Okay. Thank you, Lee. That's Lee, y'all. Lee, one of the guys on the team where we work at, man, outstanding. He's a CVI specialist, a community violence interrupter. So Lee is actually out there in the field, man, really doing the work. Lee has stopped a couple violent incidents. I'm gonna take time to highlight Lee. There's 8 individuals on the team. 5 of them are formerly incarcerated. 6, including myself. I get to supervise some of these individuals. So Lee is a person that's actually in the community in the most violent zip code in Harris County with lived experience, is actually out there stopping events and bringing a message, man, look, you don't have to shoot nobody, man. Come on over here and get some of this help, man. So y'all talk to Lee when you get a chance. What I would say, one thing that I've learned is to be able to bring individuals together. I have a horticulture trade. I got it in prison, but I didn't do horticulture when I came home because I knew that I needed something else. It's really depending on what the end goal is. And that's where you got to help them, man. If I want to bring my homeboy who got the plumbing company, or the guy I went to jail when he was 15 when we got locked up, out of nowhere, he told me he made $240,000 last year driving trucks. And I got mad. I'm like, I should have drove trucks when I came home. You know, hell, you and me. But no, but you have to be able to set it up, right? You have to be able to say, hey, man, this is what worked for me because this is what I found myself at doing. You're probably not able to make that decision right now. So let me introduce you to this other person. Then that's when you start community-based organizations, individuals. You start setting up these meetings for these individuals in the community so they can find out and they can mentor the youth, but they also can kind of bounce ideas back over each other, man, because it has to be where somebody in that field can speak to that particular individual. If it's concerning college, I can speak to that and how that left the playing field for me, or if it's determining carpentry, truck driving, HVAC, or whatever, to be able to do that. So that's how I would bring them together with somebody that's in that field.
Well said.
Good evening. I have 2 questions. What is a super predator?
Get a little closer to the mic.
Oh, okay. Good evening. I have 3 questions. What is a super predator?
So super predators when, and I purposely don't remember the professor's name, but it was some research that was done starting in the late 80s. It came about in the early 90s, where they were saying that the kids in Chicago, New York, LA, Houston, the inner city kids around the country were going to become these violent individuals, and we were going to ravage the country. So this research that was unfounded had been presented to some people in the legislature. Our current president right now, Joe Biden, was one of the people, Hillary Clinton, Bill Clinton, and those are the most prominent individuals. And they said, we're going to enact this hard legislation. So what they did, there was a law in Texas, and when you got arrested for a violent crime, you had to do 1/3 of your time. Well, then that law was brought back, and it said 50%. So a lot of harsh sentences were handed down. So at 16, arrested, 17 certified, really my first bad incident, right? Instead of me getting a chance, they said 17 years old, we're really going to give you 125 years. We're going to give you 5 25-year sentences run concurrent. So down the line, when parole sees that, parole says this was a bad individual. They didn't give me, they could have gave me 1 25-year sentence. But the system and the way that they designed it, right? These are codes that they have in the system that you don't know. I didn't know I was a super predator until I was 40, so I was off pro. And I saw the movie, and I said, man, that's why they was doing that to me all them years. I didn't even know. The research is being done against us and our families and our communities right now, and you don't even know. So I didn't know until 20 plus years later. So that's the reason, that's a super predator.
Another question is, I'm a sophomore, so is there like any ways I can help in my community?
What side of town you on?
Huh?
What side of town you on?
Spring, Texas.
Say it again?
Spring, Texas.
Spring? Hey. Yeah. Westfield, y'all know Westfield, right? Yeah, Westfield?
I'm Winchy.
Winchy, okay. So we can talk to Ms. Daphne and Ms. Gambrell, whoever, to make sure that that we can get the information, because I know you have parents, so we want parental consent. But we're actually in Spring, Texas. We just moved out there like 6 months ago. And I mentor a kid in one of the schools out there, a kid, and he's 16. So there are opportunities for you to get together, but you want to see what's available first inside your school and stuff, or then around the community. But if not, we'll make sure we give Ms. Daphne to make sure everything is right. But again, my wife and I do this work. I've been under Ms. Gambrell for about 20 plus years since I was in prison, so we do this work. Yeah, so there are opportunities that are available.
And I have a question for you.
Sure.
Earlier you said that like your organization was under search or something.
What was that? I'm sorry.
Like it was being searched, or like you had a case against you.
Oh, no, I started my organization because my brother was sentenced to life under the 3 strikes law because for assault with a deadly weapon, the weapon was his hands. And so I scooped my brother off the courthouse steps, actually in Victoria County, and I used the video of her trauma to inform other people, right? And so that's what informs my work. I'm actually a registered nurse. That's what I do for a living. But I also help families who are impacted by the justice system, families like mine.
That's all my question. Have a nice day.
I just wanted to ask something. What shocks me is that you're saying 85% of our kids are coming up in single parent homes. And so what strikes me is I wonder how the students here feel about that. About 85% of the kids that we're having are going to be are most likely to be incarcerated. And I wanted to ask, especially the girls and the boys also. And what I wanted to ask the panel is, why aren't we addressing that? And it seems like what we're doing is preparing for it to go to 86, or we're preparing for it to go to 90%. Well, why don't it seems like we should be trying to cut that down to 40% or 30%, and that's what we need to be teaching the kids. You know, to stop the growth of the problem. You know, we're trying to mend it and put Band-Aids on it and do this and that, but we ain't solving the problem. And the problem is the rise in the number and the rise in the percentages, okay? And so I wish we would address that more adamantly than just dealing with the problem and accepting it. So.
Can I say something? Generationally, things have changed.
I
am 40.
Going up.
I'm 45, and the girls that I went to high school with and went to college with, I'm a proud graduate of Prairie View A&M University who's celebrating their homecoming today. We do produce productive people. But my counterparts were taught to go to college and get their MRS, whereas I was taught to go and get my MA. The MRS is you're going to get married, where most black girls are being taught you're going to school to get what? An education. You're going to worry about boys later. So if we're being told one thing, but our counterparts, because I'm all about data. Feelings, we can dispute feelings all day, but data is data, and you can't dispute some data. The data is that black women are leading the numbers for being single. I would say the system is set up to work the way it's supposed to work, because if I have placed something in front of you that says you can't be, you won't be. And if you are going to college and you're getting married, because according to the data, Black women are the most educated women. We're graduating at higher rates than anybody from college, but we're not getting married. Because we're being told we need to go to school to get our education, whereas the Caucasian girls that I went to high school with, they were going, but not to get their education. They got it while they were there, but they also went and got married. That's a part of the problem. And we don't want to talk about that because it's ugly. But it's true.
I just like to say, it really inspires me. I came late, so I missed a lot of the speeches, but I've been watching a lot of the guys and the people that are involved in this. So I was also just as impacted. I was busted by the DEA at 16. Did a small time. I got out. About 6 months later, it led to the last 30 years incarcerated. About 3 weeks ago, I just got off of my monitor. And so I've been home a couple of years now. But that whole super predator thing was real. When I came off of parole in 2001, I had 2 college degrees, I had good behavior, and I was denied for the next 8 times in 3-year spurts for about 4 of them, and so about 19 more years worth of denials, right? And I did not know that they had those type of labels on us, right? We couldn't figure out, we couldn't understand. I had many wardens, I had many of the people that interacted with me from security that they couldn't understand, like, why are you still here, But I want to say, I understand both perspectives here. I understand your passion, and I understand exactly what she was saying about being licensed and having structure, right? Because structure is so needed, right? And I'm an organizational and structure specialist actually right now. Oh, so I didn't introduce myself. My name is Bobby Posey. I go by Bobby P. I work with clinics and hospitals as actually a consultant, right? After doing 30 years in prison.
Amen.
All right, so for me, I didn't know that I could do that until I saw somebody like me in that space. So it's so important seeing this modeling, and from your perspective, yeah, everybody is needing to get in on the fight. Like the young lady said, what can I do to help you, right? And we need that structure from people who understand modalities, and so we can have accountability and and there can be multiple options, multiple tiers, multiple layers. This problem is so huge that everybody, whether you're a Christian or Muslim or or Buddhist or whatever, black, white, whatever, everybody is an ally and has a stake in us getting it right. So I tried to build those coalitions, work with those people who have that type of mentality to build coalitions across their comfort zones, not just with your little group, but with anybody and everybody. And I look forward to working with you guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll talk after. All right, 2 more
2
questions.
more.
Yeah, shut up. Oh, Ann said anything?
Good morning. So my question for you is, how hard was it to get in college, as a felon? And when you were in college, did you feel judged because you had an ankle monitor on?
So it was actually crazy easy because U of H had just went to tier 1 status, meaning they had so much research money and all this other stuff. So because I had a degree from Alvin Community College and some more guys from U of H, some more guys from prison from Alvin Community College had already graduated. So when I walked in, I just had to have my transcripts and do all that other stuff. Now, if I would have waited 1 semester, it would have been as easy, just because of how everything had started to get set up. Because the last grade I completed was the 8th grade. 8th grade, GED, college degree. Get ready to go back now. And then having a monotone, I hid it. I literally told the story yesterday or Thursday. I actually hid my monitor. So you had a monitor on your leg, In the summertime, I always wore jeans or pants, and I had the GPS box. So the box, I had it in my backpack. So if I was at U of H and I set my backpack down, I'm hooping with jeans on and stuff like that, right? Because I come out of the penitentiary, you got to hoop, beat up people and stuff, right? So I would have to always watch my backpack. So it was always, I was nervous. I never felt worthy. I didn't feel value and all that other stuff. But I never let anybody know unless I had a personal relationship and I was doing programs with them or studying stuff with them in school. So some of my classmates knew and some of them didn't.
Thank you. Final question.
My question's for you. Earlier you had talked about a juvenile center that was under investigation for the conditions.
Yes.
I was wondering if you could talk more about that.
There are actually 5, but all 5 of them are under investigation due to conditions. Because of staffing, adequate rounding has not been done. There are reports of people, juveniles, not being able to even go to the bathroom and using the restroom on themselves. So the Department of Justice is involved, and there is a campaign right now called Finish the 5 to close the remaining 5 secure facilities down and encourage the community to divert from incarceration altogether for community-based options for all juveniles who are entering in the criminal justice system. Because research shows it doesn't work. So, thank you.
Last but not least, I want to apologize because I am passionate about the work that I do. And it is okay. I want y'all to know that it is okay to agree to disagree. Right? But all I'm trying to say is in order for us to meet this problem and get to the core root of it, we have to understand one another. And just because I'm not a licensed therapist, doesn't mean that I can't go back and mentor and help somebody. They're calling us credible messengers now. And a credible messenger is somebody with life-lived experience. And I feel that that's who I am because I'm that mother that has been impacted now by the same system that I work for. And I've had people, I've had children, and I know everything is data-driven. But we lose contact with people when we relate only on that and not how people are feeling. Because nobody is talking about our feelings, they're talking about the data that's being driven to support the next movement, right? And so when we talk about credible messengers, or I'm telling the people to stand up and to come together collectively, it's because that's what we need. For the last 10, 20, 30 years, they relied on data and the therapists and the doctors to come back and tell us what we need in our communities for our children and our youth, or even as families as a whole, or even how to reach the people that's coming from inside of those walls or the children that's in the schools. And what they found is that the people with the life-lived experience is the ones who's making the most impact and the most difference these days. I can walk on any block, go inside any institution, and somebody's going to hear me. Not because of what stands behind my name, but because of the life experience that I've had. And that's what I bring to this table. That's what I'm trying to tell and reach out to the youth. Like the young lady said, what can I do? You can go back into your community and you can tell them we're going to change. We're going to start today. Those are the people that we need to be not empowering, but giving the power back to them with their voices. We don't have enough youth-led. We don't have enough parent-involved organizations. We got to go back to the ground roots to what used to work. And what used to work is everybody meeting up at Big Mama or Grandmama's house. That's where we got all our counseling, and that's where all our strength came from. Majority of it. I know mine's did. So I want to apologize to the panel. I got upset. And the reason being because I hear so much on a day-to-day basis about how we can do this work or how we can do this or do that. But how are we really being impactful if we don't hear or respect one another? Right. So, thank y'all.
Thank you, Latricia. I want to thank you and Erica for your passion and your work. and for your transparency. This is what it's all about. When we come together, we won't always agree, right? But we have to have these collaborative discussions when we're talking about rethinking the approach to any subject, but particularly here, youth justice. So thank you all for your professional and personal expertise, and thank you all for your attention.
Can I say one last thing? And this is just,
Go
I need
ahead,
to say,
go
I
ahead.
have to say if I don't, it's gonna bother me for the rest of my life.
Say it after.
So
Hold
this
on,
is
we
what drives
almost
me
got
every morning to get up and to do the work that I do. This quote from Frederick Douglass, which says, "It's better to build strong children than to fix broken men." And I would add also women as well to that as well. And that is core to their identity. And so when I go out along with other community partners, I don't do this by myself, is to express really love and God's love, which just goes to the root of the cause of the problem. So, but I do it by meeting the need with other people. And so, there we go, that's it.
Thank you. Hold on, before y'all walk away. I appreciate everyone on today. Ms. St. Jewel, Latrice, you're my heart. Erica, you're my heart. And I appreciate what you did, because if we can't agree, we gotta find ways to disagree, and it'd be okay. Because I'm the one, baby, when you tell me something, that's why I like her, because she be going. And so, but we all have to come to the point to where, and I know this is very passionate for you, because when you've dealt with the system, and this is passionate to me, as you all can see, because I had to deal with the system by I was a parole officer, and it hit my family. So that's why this is passion to me. So I know your feeling, and I know what you're talking about, but we all gonna work together. And I need both of y'all back here next year. Amen. Okay? Yeah. So, Miss Nicole, hold on. Let me explain this. We have to be out of here by 2:15, they told us, or else we're gonna be getting charged, and I know the Lord will make a way, but anyway. So let me have Miss Nicole to come, Dr. Nicole to come, and you give me just 2 minutes, only 2 minutes, y'all time her, because she has some good knowledge. So come on, stand right there. I don't think I can stand. Okay, go ahead and say it, sister. Give her the mic. Yeah. Oh, come on now. Come on, little sister. Come on.
I'm gonna try and do it in 2 minutes. So I'm coming from the position of a muted mother. Because the school to prison pipeline is free. And I have never just really shared what I'm gonna share, but because I'm here and I know the significance of Prevention Zone Inc. and things of that nature, but I'm gonna go ahead. I wrote some things down. The story of my son, who is now deceased, at 10 years of age on his birthday, February 6th, he was in elementary school. Some young men set fire in the bathroom. He was innocent. But because when they gathered the young men that were 9 and one was 8, they couldn't do anything to those young men. My son had just turned 10. So he was of age. And though they found out he was innocent, it still was documented. And as a parent who was not educated, even though I still advocated, I didn't know what to do. And as systems progress against our young black men and our young children, as he went on, I remember when he was chased in school by gangs, and he reported it, and the schools did nothing. Then he was beaten to a gang. But as he progressed, he was still trying to do better. He went to college. His first year in college, of course, he ended up packing a gun, trying to protect himself. He decided he didn't want to do that. He left the gun when he moved out of the campus. And they asked him, was it his gun, even though he didn't want to possess it anymore. And my children, for some reason, they just tell the truth, whether it's going to get him in trouble or not. But of course, he ended up with a felony. But the alternative that they talked about earlier, there was never an alternative. They didn't see that he no longer wanted to deal with any of that. They just saw he was a young black man. And that's all they saw. Because even when he was a young boy, before, gangs tried to come after him before, and he reported it to law enforcement. And law enforcement said there was no such thing as gangs in that community, only to find out that the community was inundated with gangs. But all they saw again was a young black boy. This has carried on all the way up to his death. My son was murdered at 25. And dealing with the DA that I constantly had to call because the DA took no interest in my son's case. And one Thursday, I called the DA. I said, I need to know something. And the DA's response to me was, well, you know what? I'm going before the grand jury tomorrow. Let me look at your son's case, and I'll probably just take it. And the result was, oh, they just no-billed the case. And when I asked for an explanation, and he said, ma'am, I didn't even have to tell you this. The school to prison pipeline is real. I've been impacted by this, and I haven't really talked about it. But today, I just felt like I'm coming off mute. Amen. Because when I see justice come for like George Floyd and things that happen, it causes my heart to be happy, but sometimes it's heavy. Because I'm like, well, I wish I had this for my son. Because maybe my son could still be here today. So I just want to share that because I appreciate Prevention Zone and I appreciate all the organizations that stand to try and help mitigate a lot of things that have been happening in our societies from generation to generation. So I just want to say that because this is the day that I was able to come off of mute about my son, Kentrell. And I just wanted to thank y'all. So that's all. Amen.
Wow. Wow. Okay. Yeah, I ran late today and things didn't seem kind of chaotic. But,
just a little bit. I'm so glad I came. I wasn't nothing to keep me away, but I just want to leave you with a word. Teamwork makes the dream work.
right.
I've been in the system a long time to try to, these women are going to prison at a rapid rate, but I'm really worried about their children. So we built a coalition, and I'm just putting this out here. We have a voice, but we need to make some noise with the voice. I am the connector. I go to everybody's meeting, and I want to hear what you have to say, and I want to know what you do and you do, and all of it connects. Teamwork makes the dream work.
Yes,
You understand?
Yes.
And like I said, I just turned 76. I'm going to be 100.
Young
I'm going to do
lady.
the same thing.
Okay.
But we got to get our act together.
Yes.
The system is broken. And we're going to be all the king horses and all the king men.
Yes.
And we're going to put it back together again.
Yes.
And we need to, don't let this just be the last because we just talk, talk and talk and talk. But we need to do something about it.
Yes.
I want communication with each one of you guys. I want to connect. This is awesome. Absolutely awesome.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Wow. So, time being spent. Come on here with the certificates. Y'all staying as we present y'all with your certificates.
Give us just a minute. We're going to take pictures and then
Yeah.
everybody can move on.
Ms. Eldridge. Yeah, that's Mr. Banner. My new friend. So she,
It's a big group.
Yes.
So I need you to get close like you know each other. Turn sideways if you have to. Ladies on this side face the gentleman face the women. How about that? Still gotta step up. Make sure I don't have it on video. Where them young people keep looking at my screen? Okay, 1, 2, 3, smile. One more, smile. Not wiggling, smile. Anybody else want photos? Thank you, guys.
I'd like to appreciate our team for working, Mr. Proctor, my sister Lynn, my daughter Alex, and everyone who came out to support, our photographer, Mr. Jimmy Gabriel. I appreciate my husband. I appreciate Johnny and Keith Dokes in the back. So if you all want to be a part of Prevention Zone, just hit us up. Hit us up. And we appreciate the students. You guys are going to get community service hours. And so, Ms. Collins here. Yeah. Okay, girl. Yes. She already know that's my school that, okay. Oh, you got something for me?
Y'all, can we take a moment to thank our CEO and founder? One more time, y'all. One more, we done. Can we take one moment to thank our CEO and founder of Prevention Zone, Ms. Daphne Jack?